the history of ancient China begins long before dynasties, kings, or written records. Archaeological evidence shows that human communities were established across northern and central China by at least the 9th millennium BCE, living as hunter-gatherers and early agriculturalists. These communities did not form a single civilization. They were scattered across river valleys, plains, and foothills, developing independently over thousands of years. Two regions became especially important: the Yellow River Basin in northern China and the Yangtze River Basin farther south. In the north, early communities relied primarily on millet cultivation. In the south, rice agriculture gradually emerged, supported by warmer temperatures and abundant water. This ecological division would shape Chinese history for millennia. According to Shaughnessy, the earliest Neolithic cultures in China were not unified but diverse, each adapting to local environments and resources. Among the most significant early cultures was the Peilagang culture, dating to roughly 7000 BCE, located in the Middle Yellow River region. Peilagang communities lived in semi-subterranean houses, cultivated millet, raised pigs, and produced some of the earliest pottery in East Asia. Their tools were made primarily of stone and bone. Metal was unknown. Social organization was small-scale and communal, with little evidence of rigid hierarchy. Around the same period, the Saishan culture developed nearby, also centered on millet farming. Archaeological remains from Sishan include large storage pits, suggesting surplus production and early food management. Farther east, along the coast and lower Yellow River, the Huli culture emerged, showing similar patterns of agriculture and settlement. In the Yangtze River Basin, a different agricultural tradition developed. The Himudu culture, dating to roughly 5000 BCE, relied on wet rice cultivation. Himudu settlements show wooden architecture, stilted houses, and extensive use of water management. This early mastery of rice agriculture required coordination and planning, reinforcing communal labor. Over time, Neolithic societies across China became more complex. Villages grew larger, pottery styles diversified, ritual practices became more formalized. By the 5th millennium BCE, the Yangshao culture dominated much of the Middle Yellow River region. Yangshao communities are known for their painted pottery, organized village layouts, and evidence of social differentiation. Burial practices suggest emerging distinctions in status, though still relatively limited. Yangshao villages often included a central open space, possibly used for communal rituals or gatherings. Homes were arranged deliberately rather than randomly, indicating early planning. At roughly the same time, in eastern China, the Dawenkao culture developed. Dawenku burial sites show clearer evidence of hierarchy. Some individuals were buried with jade objects, pottery, and ornaments, while others had few or no grave goods. This suggests the gradual emergence of social inequality. According to Greenling, technological developments during this period played a crucial role. Advances in stone tool production, pottery kilns, and agricultural implements increased productivity. Surpluses became more common. With surplus came competition, storage, and control. By the late Neolithic period, around 3000 BCE, Chinese societies were undergoing significant transformation. The Longshan culture, which followed Yangshao in many regions, shows dramatic changes. Longshan settlements often featured defensive walls, suggesting organized conflict. Pottery became thinner and more refined, produced on fast wheels rather than by hand. Social stratification intensified. Elite burials became more elaborate, while ordinary graves remained simple. This period marks a shift from loosely organized village life toward early forms of political authority. Leadership was no longer purely communal. Power began to concentrate. At the same time, ritual practices grew more complex. Jade objects became widespread, used not as tools, but as symbols of status and cosmological significance. Jade would later hold deep symbolic importance in Chinese culture, associated with purity, authority, and moral virtue. By the end of the Neolithic period, the foundations of Chinese civilization were firmly in place. Agriculture was established. Villages had grown into large settlements. Social hierarchy had emerged. Technological innovation was accelerating. What remained absent was writing, formal law, and centralized state authority. These would emerge in the next phase of Chinese history. Over thousands of years, small changes accumulated. Stone tools became more specialized. Pottery became more refined. Techniques were repeated, adjusted, and passed down, not through writing, but through observation and imitation. This was not innovation driven by sudden inspiration, but by long familiarity with materials. Stone tools formed the backbone of Neolithic technology. Axes, adzes, chisels, knives, and sickles were shaped from stone selected carefully for hardness and durability. Some stones were gathered locally. Others were transported over long distances, indicating early exchange networks. Polishing techniques became increasingly sophisticated. Early tools were roughly flaked. Later tools were ground smooth, increasing strength and sharpness. This required time and patience. The investment itself suggests that tools were valuable possessions, not easily replaced. Agricultural tools reflected regional needs. In the Yellow River Basin, stone sickles were designed to harvest millet efficiently. Their curved edges matched the stalks of the crop. In the Yangtze region, tools suited for wet field rice cultivation appeared. These tools were adapted to muddy conditions and repeated use in water. According to Greenling, this specialization shows that Neolithic communities understood not only how to farm, but how to optimize farming. Technology responded directly to environment. Pottery production marked a major transformation in daily life. Clay vessels allowed food to be boiled, stored, and transported. This expanded diet options and improved nutrition. Pottery also allowed surplus food to be kept longer, reducing vulnerability to short-term shortages. Early pottery was simple, hand-shaped, low-fired, and uneven. Over time, firing techniques improved. Kilns became more controlled. Walls became thinner and more uniform. Decoration appeared. Some vessels were marked with geometric patterns. Others carried symbols that may have represented clan identity or ritual meaning. Pottery styles differed by region. Archaeologists can identify cultural boundaries based on clay composition, shape, and decoration. This suggests that communities were aware of difference. They did not see themselves as part of a single civilization yet, but as members of distinct local traditions. Weaving and textile production also developed gradually. Although textiles rarely survive, tools such as spindle whorls and loom weights indicate the production of cloth. Fibers were spun from plants and possibly early forms of silk. Clothing became more durable and adaptable to climate. Textiles also allowed for personal expression and status differentiation. Some garments were likely plain and functional. Others may have been reserved for ritual or display. Craft specialization emerged slowly. Not everyone made everything. Some individuals became more skilled at pottery, tool making, or weaving. Their products were used by others. This did not yet create full-time specialists, but it marked an important shift. Knowledge became unevenly distributed. Skill itself became a form of value. Exchange networks expanded. Stone, jade, pottery, and other materials moved between regions. Jade, in particular, held special significance. It was difficult to work. It required patience and skill. Its durability and sheen made it symbolically powerful. Even in the Neolithic period, jade objects appear in burials, often associated with individuals who seem to have held elevated status. This suggests the early emergence of social differentiation, not rigid classes, but subtle hierarchy. Some individuals were buried with more goods. Some graves were larger or more carefully constructed. These differences were not extreme, but they were consistent. Over time, such distinctions became more pronounced. Technology also changed how people understood time. Agriculture imposed schedules. Seasons mattered. Weather patterns were observed closely. Calendrical awareness developed long before formal calendars existed. Rituals likely aligned with agricultural cycles. Planting and harvest were moments of communal importance. These rhythms encouraged collective memory. The past mattered because it informed the future. What had worked before was repeated. What had failed was avoided. This conservative approach to change would remain a defining feature of Chinese civilization. According to Shaughnessy, one of the most striking aspects of early Chinese history is how much continuity mattered. Innovation occurred, but it was integrated carefully. New tools did not erase old practices overnight. They were absorbed gradually. This slow accumulation created stability, but it also laid the groundwork for authority. As skills concentrated, as surplus increased, as exchange networks expanded, some individuals gained influence, not through force, through knowledge, coordination, and ritual standing. These were the beginnings of leadership. Not yet kings, not yet states, but the conditions that made them possible were now firmly in place. Social organization in Neolithic China evolved quietly. There were no formal ranks at first, no titles, no written authority. Communities were bound together by kinship, shared labor, and ritual obligation rather than command. Leadership was situational. Those with experience, age, or specialized knowledge likely guided decisions. Authority was earned, not imposed. Burial practices offer some of the clearest insight into how these societies understood status. Early Neolithic graves were relatively uniform. Most individuals were buried with few goods, if any. As time passed, differences became more visible. Some burials included pottery, tools, ornaments, or jade. Others remained plain. These differences were not random. They appeared consistently within certain settlements, suggesting recognized distinctions among individuals. Jade objects are especially revealing. They required extensive labor to produce. They served no practical function in daily life. Their value was symbolic. The presence of jade in burials indicates emerging ideas about prestige, ritual importance, and perhaps ancestral authority. Ritual activity extended beyond burial. Archaeological evidence suggests communal ceremonies tied to agricultural cycles. These may have included offerings, feasting, and seasonal observances. Such rituals reinforced shared identity and memory. They reminded communities of continuity across generations. Ancestors were not distant figures. They remained part of the living community, linked to land, harvest, and protection. This growing emphasis on ancestry laid the groundwork for later Chinese ancestor worship. It also reinforced hierarchy. Those who could claim connection to powerful ancestors gained social weight. Belief and authority became intertwined. Conflict, when it occurred, was limited, but increasing. Later, Neolithic settlements show evidence of defensive walls, ditches, and elevated sites. These features suggest rising competition over land and resources. They also imply coordination. Building defenses required collective effort and leadership. Violence did not dominate daily life, but its possibilities shaped settlement choices. As communities grew larger, maintaining cohesion became more complex. Shared ritual, shared labor, and shared memory helped hold groups together. But these tools had limits. Over time, leadership roles became more defined. Certain individuals or families gained influence that extended beyond immediate kin groups. These developments did not create states overnight. They created the conditions for them. Long before dynasties appeared in historical records, the foundations of political authority had already been laid through custom, belief, and slow social change. As Neolithic communities grew larger, maintaining social cohesion became more difficult. Small groups bound by close kinship could rely on familiarity and shared memory. Larger settlements required new forms of coordination. This pressure encouraged the development of customs that regulated behavior, resolved disputes, and reinforced shared identity. One of the most important of these customs was ritual repetition. Seasonal ceremonies, burial practices, and shared labor projects created predictability. Predictability reduced conflict. It also reinforced the idea that life followed an ordered pattern shaped by forces larger than any single individual. Over time, certain places within settlements took on special significance. Open spaces used for communal gatherings were distinguished from domestic areas. Some structures appear to have been reserved for ritual use, storage, or leadership functions. These were not palaces or temples in the later sense, but they marked a separation between ordinary daily activity and collective authority. Archaeological evidence suggests that food storage played an increasingly important role in social organization. Large communal storage pits appear in many late Neolithic sites. Control over stored grain meant influence over survival during lean seasons. Those responsible for managing surplus likely gained authority, even if that authority was not formalized. This relationship between food, security, and leadership would become central to later Chinese political systems. The ability to ensure stability mattered more than displays of force. Power was associated with order, not domination. Technological improvement reinforced these dynamics. As tools became more efficient, productivity increased. Increased productivity created surplus. Surplus required management. Management encouraged hierarchy. Each step followed logically from the one before it, without sudden rupture. According to Shaughnessy, one of the defining characteristics of early Chinese development is the absence of abrupt transformation. There is no single moment when villages suddenly became states. Instead, authority emerged through gradual accumulation, shaped by environment, technology, and social expectation. Belief systems evolved alongside these changes. Natural forces, such as floods, droughts, and seasonal shifts, were experienced directly and repeatedly. Communities developed ways of interpreting these events, often linking them to ancestral influence or cosmic balance. These interpretations did not require written doctrine. They were embedded in practice. Over generations, such beliefs reinforced the idea that human order reflected natural order. Stability in society mirrored stability in the world. Disruption carried moral meaning as well as material consequence. This assumption would later become a cornerstone of Chinese political thought. Regional diversity remained pronounced. Northern and southern cultures continued to differ in agriculture, housing, and material culture. Eastern coastal regions developed distinct pottery traditions. Inland communities followed different burial customs. Interaction occurred through trade and migration, but no single culture dominated the landscape. This diversity is important. Ancient China did not begin as a unified civilization waiting to be assembled. It began as a mosaic of traditions gradually moving toward convergence. By the late Neolithic period, evidence of conflict becomes clearer. Defensive walls, elevated settlements, and fortified ditches appear more frequently. These structures required coordinated labor and planning. Their construction implies leadership capable of organizing large groups over extended periods. Conflict was still limited, but it was no longer rare. Competition for land, water, and resources increased as populations expanded. The peaceful rhythms of early village life were giving way to a more complex and contested world. At the same time, ritual objects became more standardized. Jade forms repeated across regions. Pottery styles became more recognizable and symbolic. This suggests the emergence of shared cultural language beyond local communities. Symbols mattered because they communicated identity. They distinguished insiders from outsiders. They reinforced belonging. Over time, such symbols would support larger political entities by creating a sense of shared tradition. By the end of the Neolithic era, the foundations of early Chinese civilization were fully established. Agriculture supported dense populations. Technology enabled surplus production. Social hierarchy had emerged. Ritual linked authority to belief. Regional cultures interacted through exchange and competition. What had not yet appeared were dynasties in the historical sense. There were no written records to confirm rulers or dates. Later traditions would speak of the Xia dynasty, but archaeology tells a more cautious story. What existed instead was a transitional world, poised between village life and early state formation. The societies of this period were no longer purely communal, but not yet centralized. Authority existed, but it was fragmented. Power was real, but still negotiated. From this world would emerge the first identifiable political centers of ancient China. And from those centers, history would begin to leave written traces. By the late 3rd millennium BCE, the social landscape of northern and central China had shifted in subtle but important ways. Villages were larger and more permanent, populations more stable, and relationships between communities more structured. People increasingly lived among the remains of earlier generations, reinforcing a sense that land, ancestry, and authority were inseparable. Memory extended beyond individual lifetimes, and the past began to matter as a source of legitimacy rather than mere recollection. Leadership during this period was no longer purely situational. Certain families appear to have held influence across generations, coordinating labor, managing food stores, and overseeing ritual activity. Their authority was not absolute and did not resemble later kingship, but it was persistent. Influence accumulated through continuity rather than force, and trust was built slowly through reliability and experience. Communities depended on those who could organize stability, especially during times of environmental stress or resource scarcity. Archaeological evidence from late Neolithic sites shows increasing standardization in construction methods, pottery forms, and ritual objects. Standardization suggests shared expectations and accepted norms, which in turn imply the presence of guiding authority. Decisions about how things should be built, shaped, or performed were no longer entirely individual. They reflected collective agreement shaped by leadership, custom, and repetition. Defensive structures became more common during this period. Walls, ditches, and elevated settlements indicate that conflict, while not constant, was anticipated. Protection became a communal responsibility, and those who could organize defense gained social legitimacy. Violence did not define daily life, but the possibility of it influenced settlement planning and social organization. Authority increasingly became associated with the ability to preserve order rather than simply respond to crisis. Belief systems evolved alongside these social changes. Ancestors were no longer remembered only as family members, but were increasingly regarded as sources of influence over the living world. Ritual practices tied ancestral approval to harvest success, communal stability, and social harmony. Authority in the present was justified through continuity with the past, creating a moral framework that linked leadership to lineage and tradition. This connection between ritual, memory, and authority would later become a defining feature of Chinese political culture. According to Shaughnessy, this period marks the emergence of historical consciousness rather than formal history. Communities began to think in terms of origins, sequences, and inherited order. Stories were told about how practices began, why certain families led, and how communities came to occupy particular lands. These narratives were preserved orally, reshaped over time, and invested with moral significance. They explained the present by grounding it in an imagined past. It is within this context that later traditions about the Xia dynasty developed. Written centuries after the fact, these traditions describe the Xia as the first dynasty, ruling before the Shang. Archaeology does not confirm the existence of the Xia as a clearly defined state in the way later dynasties are known. What archaeology does confirm is the presence of complex societies during the period traditionally associated with the Xia, societies that exhibit centralized planning, emerging elite authority, and increasingly sophisticated technology. The most important archaeological expression of this transitional world is the Erle culture, dated roughly between 1900 and 1500 BCE. Erle did not emerge suddenly or fully formed. It developed out of the late Neolithic societies that preceded it, inheriting their agricultural base, ritual practices, and social structures while introducing new forms of political and technological organization. Large settlements replaced smaller villages, bronze technology began to appear, and architectural spaces became more formalized and hierarchical. Rather than representing the sudden birth of Chinese civilization, Erle reflects the culmination of centuries of gradual change. Later historians, seeking clear beginnings and moral order, would compress this long transition into the idea of a first dynasty. In doing so, they transformed a complex archaeological reality into a symbolic origin. This tells us less about the precise nature of early political authority and more about how later generations understood history itself. History, in this tradition, was not simply a record of events, but a sequence of moral development. Order followed fragmentation, authority followed uncertainty, and continuity justified power. Whether or not the Xia existed as a unified dynasty, the world that produced the idea of the Xia was real. It was a world in which leadership had become durable, ritual had become political, and memory had become a source of authority. The Erle culture occupies a central place in discussions of early Chinese civilization because it represents a clear shift in scale, organization, and material complexity. Unlike earlier Neolithic settlements, Erle sites display evidence of planned urban space, specialized production, and centralized authority that extended beyond individual villages. This does not mean that Erle functioned as a fully developed state in the later dynastic sense, but it does indicate a new level of social coordination. The largest Erle sites were significantly larger than earlier settlements and were laid out deliberately. Residential areas, craft production zones, storage spaces, and ritual or elite precincts were separated rather than intermingled. This spatial organization suggests administrative planning rather than organic village growth. Movement through these spaces would have reinforced social distinctions even without written laws or formal titles. Architecture at Erle shows further signs of hierarchy. Certain structures were built on raised platforms, requiring substantial labor investment. These buildings were larger, more carefully constructed, and more centrally located than ordinary dwellings. Their placement suggests that they served political or ritual functions rather than domestic ones. Access to these spaces was likely controlled, reinforcing distinctions between elite and non-elite members of the community. Bronze technology appears for the first time at Erle, marking a major technological and symbolic shift. Early bronze objects were not tools of mass production or warfare. They were ritual items, prestige objects, and symbols of authority. The ability to produce bronze required access to copper and tin, knowledge of alloying techniques, and specialized labor. This implies long-distance resource acquisition and controlled knowledge transmission. According to Mark Edward Lewis, bronze in early China was never merely a material innovation, it was a political one. Control over bronze production reinforced elite status, and ritual bronze objects became inseparable from authority. Possessing bronze signaled participation in a shared cosmological order, linking leadership to ritual legitimacy rather than brute force. The organization required to support bronze production suggests an emerging administrative structure. Miners, transporters, smelters, mold makers, and ritual specialists all played roles in a coordinated process. This coordination could not have occurred without leadership capable of mobilizing labor and managing resources across time and space. Food production continued to underpin everything. Erlito societies remained deeply agricultural, relying on millet cultivation supplemented by animal husbandry. Surplus food supported craft specialists and elite administrators who were no longer directly involved in farming. Control over surplus allowed leadership to sustain authority during periods of scarcity, reinforcing the association between order and survival. Ritual practices at Erlito became more formalized. Large ceremonial spaces suggest public gatherings that reinforced collective identity and hierarchy simultaneously. Ritual objects were standardized, indicating shared symbolic language across communities. Participation in these rituals likely affirmed loyalty and reinforced social cohesion under emerging centralized authority. Despite these developments, Erlito society remained transitional. There is little evidence for large standing armies, codified law, or permanent bureaucratic offices. Authority appears to have been centralized, but still dependent on ritual legitimacy and personal networks rather than institutional enforcement. Power was real, but it remained embedded in belief and custom. This ambiguity is important. Erlito represents neither the end of Neolithic society nor the beginning of fully formed dynastic rule. It exists between these worlds, carrying elements of both. Later historians would look back on this period and identify it as the dawn of Chinese civilization, but for those living within it, change would have felt gradual rather than revolutionary. The question of whether Erlito corresponds to the Xia dynasty remains unresolved. Traditional texts describe the Xia as a hereditary dynasty that ruled before the Shang, but these accounts were written centuries later. Archaeology provides evidence of complex societies during this period, but cannot confirm dynastic names or narratives. What can be confirmed is that the social and political conditions necessary for dynastic rule were taking shape. What matters more than naming the Xia is understanding why later generations believed such a dynasty must have existed. The idea of an initial dynasty created order in historical memory. It established a moral lineage, linking later rulers to an ancient origin. In this sense, the Xia function as a conceptual foundation rather than a verifiable political entity. As Erlito societies expanded and interacted with neighboring regions, networks of influence grew wider. Exchange of goods, techniques, and ritual forms connected disparate communities. Over time, these networks would support the emergence of a more unified cultural sphere, setting the stage for the Shang dynasty, where written records would finally begin to appear. For now, Erlito remains a world without writing, where authority was visible in architecture, ritual, and material control rather than text. Power was experienced directly through space, ceremony, and obligation. Memory was preserved through practice rather than inscription. This is the threshold at which ancient China begins to leave archaeology and move slowly toward history, not through sudden transformation, but through the steady accumulation of structure, belief, and authority. Life within Erlito society would have felt ordered, but not rigid. Most people continued to live in modest dwellings built from earth and wood, arranged in clusters that reflected kinship ties and occupational roles. Daily routines remained centered on agriculture, food preparation, and tool maintenance. Fields were worked collectively, livestock tended locally, and seasonal rhythms still governed activity. What had changed was not the substance of daily labor. but its relationship to authority. Some members of the community no longer spent their days in the fields. Craft specialists devoted their time to pottery production, jade working, or bronze casting. Others were responsible for overseeing storage, organizing labor, or managing ritual spaces. These roles were supported by agricultural surplus, which allowed certain individuals to operate outside subsistence farming. This division of labor marked a decisive shift from earlier village life, where nearly everyone participated directly in food production. The process of bronze casting illustrates this transformation clearly. Bronze objects were produced using piece mold casting, a technique that required careful planning, skilled craftsmanship, and multiple stages of preparation. Clay molds had to be shaped precisely, dried, assembled, and fired. Molten metal had to be poured at the correct temperature and allowed to cool under controlled conditions. Errors could ruin the entire process. This level of complexity demanded experience and coordination, reinforcing the status of those who controlled the knowledge and resources involved. Bronze objects themselves were rare and symbolically charged. They were not tools for everyday use, nor were they weapons of mass warfare at this stage. Instead, they were associated with ritual, ceremony, and elite identity. Their value lay in what they represented rather than what they did. Possession of bronze signaled participation in an emerging political and cosmological order. Architecture reinforced these distinctions. Elite buildings were constructed on raised, rammed earth platforms, visible from surrounding areas. These platforms required enormous labor investment, involving the repeated compaction of earth over extended periods. Their durability symbolized permanence and stability. Ordinary dwellings lacked such features, reinforcing spatial and social separation without the need for overt coercion. Movement through Tour settlements would have reflected this hierarchy. Access to certain areas was likely restricted by custom rather than guards. Ritual spaces, storage facilities, and elite residences formed a core that ordinary inhabitants approached with deference. Authority was experienced spatially, through where one could go and what one could see. Ritual activity provided the primary framework through which authority was justified and maintained. Ceremonies linked leadership to ancestral approval and cosmic balance. Participation reinforced collective identity, while exclusion reinforced hierarchy. Ritual objects, standardized in form and symbolism, communicated shared values across communities and generations. These practices also served a practical function. Ritual gatherings brought people together, redistributed food, reaffirmed obligations, and resolved tensions. They created moments of collective focus that reduced fragmentation in growing populations. Authority depended less on force than on the ability to orchestrate these moments effectively. Despite increasing complexity, society remained fragile. Authority depended on cooperation, belief, and material stability. A failed harvest, disrupted trade network, or loss of ritual legitimacy could weaken leadership quickly. There is no evidence that elites possessed overwhelming military force capable of imposing rule through violence alone. Power remained negotiated, even as it became more centralized. This fragility may explain why did not develop into a single, long-lasting political entity recognizable in later historical records. Instead, it appears as a phase of experimentation where new forms of organization were tested and refined. Some succeeded and persisted. Others were abandoned or transformed. The transition from to the Shang period reflects continuity as much as change. Many features of society persisted, including bronze ritual objects, rammed earth architecture, and hierarchical organization. What changed was the scale, intensity, and durability of these systems. With the Shang, written records would finally appear, preserving names, rituals, and events. But the foundations of Shang authority were laid long before writing, through practices developed during the early Tuo period and earlier Neolithic societies. Writing did not create order. It recorded and reinforced an order that already existed. Understanding Erlitou requires patience, because it does not conform neatly to later categories. It is neither village society nor empire. It is neither myth nor fully documented history. It occupies a long transitional space where power became visible, materialized, and remembered, but not yet fixed in text. This transitional character is precisely what makes Erlitou central to the story of ancient China. It reveals how complex societies emerge, not through sudden conquest or innovation, but through gradual shifts in labor, belief, and authority that accumulate over centuries. From this world would emerge the Shang dynasty, whose rulers would leave behind inscriptions carved into bone and bronze. These inscriptions would name kings, ancestors, and rituals, transforming memory into record. But the logic that governed Shang rule had already been rehearsed many times before writing ever appeared. Ancient China did not begin with writing or dynasties. It began with land, labor, memory, and ritual, slowly organized into forms that could sustain authority across generations. The emergence of the Shang dynasty did not mark a sudden rupture with the past. For most people living along the Yellow River Basin, life continued to be shaped by farming, seasonal labor, and local obligations. What changed was the way authority was expressed, justified, and remembered. Shang power rested on three interconnected foundations: control of ritual, control of bronze, and control of communication with the ancestors. These were not abstract ideas. They shaped daily decisions, political authority, and even the geography of Shang settlements. At the center of Shang society stood the king. He was not merely a political leader, nor simply a military figure. His primary role was ritual. The king acted as the chief mediator between the human world and the ancestral realm. This function placed him at the heart of decision-making, because major actions were believed to require ancestral approval. Divination governed Shang political life. Before launching military campaigns, relocating settlements, conducting large hunts, or performing important rituals, questions were posed to the ancestors. These questions were inscribed onto oracle bones, typically ox scapulae or turtle plastrons. Heat was applied until cracks formed, and the resulting patterns were interpreted as responses from the ancestral spirits. These divination records were not private reflections. They were formal, structured texts that recorded the question, the outcome, and often the eventual result. Over time, thousands of such inscriptions accumulated, preserving a detailed archive of Shang concerns. They reveal a world preoccupied with weather, harvests, warfare, illness, childbirth, and ritual correctness. The presence of these inscriptions marks the beginning of written Chinese history, but it is important to understand their function. Writing did not emerge to tell stories or preserve laws. It emerged to serve ritual and political needs. Writing strengthened authority by making ancestral communication visible and permanent. Bronze production reached an unprecedented scale under the Shang. Large ritual vessels, weapons, and tools were cast using advanced piece mold techniques. These objects required vast resources, skilled labor, and centralized organization. Control over bronze production reinforced elite power because access to bronze was tightly restricted. Bronze vessels were not simply symbols of wealth, they were essential components of ritual life. Food and drink offerings to ancestors were placed in these vessels, linking material craftsmanship directly to spiritual practice. The inscriptions cast into many vessels recorded lineages, events, and ritual dedications, embedding memory into metal. Shang settlements reflected these priorities. Major centers, such as Anyang, were organized around palatial compounds, ritual spaces, workshops, and burial grounds. Elite tombs contained elaborate grave goods, including bronze vessels, jade objects, weapons, and sacrificial victims. These burials were designed to mirror the social order of the living world, extending hierarchy into the afterlife. Ordinary people lived very different lives. Most resided in modest houses, worked the land, and contributed labor or goods to elite centers. Their relationship to the king and nobility was mediated through ritual obligations, taxation, and service rather than direct interaction. Power was present, but often distant, expressed through ceremony rather than daily enforcement. Despite its sophistication, Shang authority remained geographically limited. The Shang state was not an empire in the later sense. It consisted of a network of centers linked by kinship, alliance, warfare, and ritual obligation. Control weakened with distance. Peripheral regions retained significant autonomy, sometimes cooperating with Shang elites, sometimes resisting them. Warfare played a role in maintaining this network, but it was not constant or all-encompassing. Military campaigns were often seasonal and ritualized. Captives taken in war were sometimes used in labor or sacrifice, reinforcing the connection between violence, ritual, and authority. Human sacrifice, while not universal, formed part of Shang ritual practice. Archaeological evidence shows that some elite burials included sacrificed individuals, likely prisoners of war or marginalized members of society. These acts were not arbitrary cruelty. They were embedded within a cosmological framework that linked human life to ancestral favor and political stability. The Shang worldview did not separate religion, politics, and daily life. These domains overlapped constantly. Illness could be interpreted as ancestral displeasure. Military defeat could indicate ritual error. Prosperity signaled cosmic alignment. Authority depended on maintaining balance across these domains. This dependence made Shang power both resilient and vulnerable. When rituals were successful and harvests plentiful, authority appeared justified and stable. When disaster struck, legitimacy could erode rapidly. The system required constant reaffirmation. Over time, pressures accumulated. Environmental change, internal conflict, and external challenges strained Shang authority. Control over bronze and ritual remained powerful tools, but they could not fully compensate for political fragmentation and shifting alliances. Eventually, a coalition of groups led by the Zhou would challenge Shang dominance. The Zhou did not reject Shang practices entirely. They adopted many Shang rituals, technologies, and administrative structures. What they introduced was a new ideological framework that reframed authority itself. The Zhou articulated the concept later known as the mandate of heaven. This idea held that rulers governed not through lineage alone, but through moral legitimacy. Heaven could withdraw its mandate if a ruler failed to govern justly. This concept transformed how political change was understood, turning conquest into moral correction rather than mere force. The fall of the Shang was remembered not simply as defeat, but as loss of legitimacy. Ritual failure, moral decline, and cosmic imbalance were cited as causes. This narrative allowed continuity within change, preserving the structure of authority while redefining its justification. With the Zhou, ancient China entered a new phase. Political power expanded geographically, ideological control deepened, and historical memory became more structured. Yet the foundations of this world were built long before, through gradual experimentation with ritual, hierarchy, and material control. Ancient China was not created by a single dynasty or moment. It emerged through layers of practice, belief, and adaptation, each generation reshaping what came before. In the early Shang world, most people never saw a king. Their lives unfolded in villages scattered along the Yellow River and its tributaries, places shaped by loess soil that crumbled easily under rain, but yielded crops when carefully managed. Fields were cleared with stone and bronze tools. Millet was planted in the spring and harvested in late summer. its success dependent on rainfall that could not be controlled and was closely watched. Houses were simple structures, often partially sunken into the ground to retain warmth in winter and remain cool in summer. Walls were made from packed earth. Roofs were supported by wooden posts and covered with thatch. Smoke from hearth fires lingered inside, carrying the smell of cooked grain and animal fat. Daily labor followed the seasons: planting, weeding, harvesting, repairing tools, tending animals. Pigs and dogs were common. Cattle were valuable and closely managed. Hunting supplemented diets, but agriculture dominated survival. What distinguished Shang society was not how people lived day to day, but how meaning was assigned to events they could not control. When crops failed, the cause was not assumed to be chance. When illness struck a household, or a child died, or storms destroyed fields, explanations were sought beyond the visible world. These misfortunes were interpreted as signals. The ancestors were believed to remain active forces. They required attention, offerings, and proper ritual conduct. Neglect could invite punishment. Correct observance could restore balance. This belief structured authority. According to Edward Shaughnessy, Shang kingship rested on the assumption that only certain lineages possessed the capacity to communicate effectively with powerful ancestors. The king's ritual role was not symbolic. It was practical. He asked questions the community could not answer on its own. Will it rain? Will the harvest succeed? Should we attack this neighboring group? Has the ancestor Di caused this illness? These questions were inscribed carefully onto oracle bones. The material itself mattered. Turtle plastrons and ox scapulae were durable, rare, and ritually appropriate. Heat was applied with a controlled intensity until cracks formed. The direction, shape, and placement of these cracks were interpreted as responses. What survives, archaeologically, is not improvisation. It is system. The inscriptions follow repeated formulas. They record the date, the diviner, the question, sometimes the prognostication, and occasionally the outcome. This was not private spirituality, it was bureaucratic ritual. Writing, at this stage, did not narrate stories. It recorded decisions. Mark Edward Lewis emphasizes that Shang political authority was inseparable from this process. The king's power did not come from issuing commands in the modern sense. It came from demonstrating that his actions aligned with ancestral will. This alignment had to be visible. Rituals were public. Offerings were prepared with care. Food was placed in bronze vessels whose weight, size, and decoration communicated status immediately. These vessels were cast using piece mold techniques that required coordinated labor and precise planning. Bronze production shaped the sensory environment of elite centers. Furnaces burned hot. Clay molds were assembled and disassembled. Molten metal flowed into carved channels. When vessels cooled and molds were broken away, surfaces revealed raised patterns, stylized animal forms, and geometric designs. These were not decorative in the modern sense. They signaled power, lineage, and access. Jason Greenling notes that bronze technology in Shang China was not incremental. It appeared already complex, suggesting generations of experimentation. Control over this technology was centralized. Workshops were attached to elite compounds. Knowledge was guarded. The soundscape of these centers was different from rural villages, metal striking metal. Voices coordinating labor. Ritual music during ceremonies. The low chant of diviners. The movement of people during offerings and sacrifices. Burials reinforced this structure. Elite tombs were deep, rectangular pits lined with wooden chambers. Inside were bronzes, jades, weapons, and sometimes human sacrifices. These were arranged deliberately, reproducing social hierarchies beyond death. The presence of sacrificed individuals was not random violence. Lewis stresses that these acts were embedded in ritual logic. They demonstrated the ruler's capacity to mobilize life itself, in service of cosmic balance. Most people were never buried this way. Ordinary graves were shallow. Goods were minimal. Yet even these burials followed ritual patterns reflecting a shared belief that death did not end social obligation. Despite this structure, Shang authority was not absolute. Beyond the central regions, local groups negotiated their relationship with Shang elites. Some provided tribute, others resisted. Warfare occurred, but it was episodic, often tied to ritual calendars and divination outcomes. This meant Shang power expanded and contracted. It was persuasive when conditions were favorable. It was vulnerable when disasters accumulated. Floods, droughts, military defeat, or failed rituals undermined confidence. When ancestors appeared silent or hostile, authority weakened. This instability mattered, because when the Zhou challenged the Shang, they did not simply defeat them militarily. They reinterpreted their failure. Shang rulers, according to later Zhou accounts, had lost alignment with cosmic order. Their rituals had become empty. Their sacrifices excessive. Their governance unjust. This reinterpretation did not erase Shang practices, it absorbed them. The world of ancient China did not reset, it layered. Oracle-born divination was not performed casually. It followed a fixed rhythm that structured political time in the Shang world. Certain days were considered appropriate for divination, others were not. The king, or an authorized diviner, prepared in advance. The question had to be precise. Ambiguity was not useful. The bones themselves were selected deliberately. Ox scapulae were cleaned and dried. Turtle plastrons were prepared by removing flesh and smoothing the surface. Small hollows were carved into the underside at measured intervals. These hollows were not decorative. They controlled how heat would travel through the bone. This preparation mattered because the cracks were not random. When heat was applied, usually with a heated rod, the bone responded according to its internal structure. The diviner watched closely as the surface split with a sharp sound. The direction of the crack, its length, and whether it curved or branched were all observed. Silence followed. Interpretation did not happen immediately. The crack was examined, compared to others, and read within a known framework. Shaughnessy emphasizes that this framework was not mystical improvisation. It was a learned system, passed down through training and repetition. The question had already been inscribed before the crack appeared. Most oracle bone inscriptions begin with a date, recorded using the sexagenary cycle. This anchored the divination in time. Then came the subject, often the king himself. Then the question, will it rain? Will the harvest be abundant? Should the king hunt tomorrow? Should we attack the Qiang people? Has the ancestor Ding caused the king's toothache? The wording is strikingly practical. There are no philosophical abstractions, no moral speculation. The oracle bones reveal a world concerned with immediate outcomes and causes. Illness, weather, childbirth, warfare, dreams, sacrifices, and ritual timing dominate the record. Once the crack appeared, a prognostication might be added. This was often a short statement. Auspicious, inauspicious, favourable, unfavourable. Sometimes the king himself pronounced it, sometimes the diviner did. In some cases, the outcome was recorded later. It rained. The harvest was good. The attack succeeded. The illness persisted. These follow-up notes are crucial. They show that divination was not simply a performance. It was evaluated. The accuracy of predictions mattered. This created a feedback loop that reinforced the authority of the system. Mark Edward Lewis points out that this process functioned as a form of governance. Decisions were not presented as personal preference. They were framed as responses to ancestral will. Responsibility shifted upward. If a campaign failed, the failure could be attributed to misalignment, insufficient sacrifice, or ancestral displeasure rather than poor judgment alone. This did not eliminate accountability, but it redistributed it. The king stood at the center of this system, not because he commanded armies directly at all times, but because he mediated between worlds. He was the one who asked the ancestors questions on behalf of the living. This role could not easily be replaced. The physical act of divination reinforced hierarchy. Only certain individuals could touch the bones. Only certain spaces were used. The inscriptions themselves required literacy, which remained restricted. Writing was not a tool for general communication. It was a technology of authority. When divination took place, it was witnessed, elites observed, ritual specialists assisted. The event was remembered even if it was not publicly narrated. This created shared knowledge of how decisions were justified. Over time, thousands of these bones accumulated. They were stored, reused, and archived. The Shang did not view them as disposable. They were records, evidence, proof that the ancestors had been consulted correctly. This archival instinct is important. It suggests that Shang rulers understood continuity. They were not merely reacting to the present moment. They were building a lineage of decisions that could be referenced later. The oracle bones also reveal anxiety. Many questions are repeated across days or weeks. The same concern appears again and again, rephrased slightly. This repetition shows uncertainty rather than confidence. Will it rain? Will it rain if we sacrifice 3 cattle? Will it rain if we sacrifice 10 cattle? Will it rain if the king performs the ritual himself? The implication is clear. Ritual could be adjusted. Outcomes could be influenced. The ancestors were powerful, but not arbitrary. They responded to correct action. This belief shaped behavior. More sacrifices did not always mean better outcomes, but they were attempted. Human sacrifices increased during periods of instability. Warfare intensified when divination suggested favor. The oracle bones do not depict a stable, serene world. They depict one under constant negotiation. When the Shang eventually fell, the practice did not disappear. The Zhou adopted divination, but transformed its logic. Over time, divination moved away from direct ancestral questioning and toward broader cosmological interpretation. The mandate of heaven emerged as a more abstract framework, but that abstraction rested on this earlier system. The idea that political authority depended on alignment with forces beyond human control began here, in the sound of heated bone cracking under controlled conditions, in a quiet space, observed carefully, recorded deliberately. A divination session did not begin with the bone. It began earlier, often days earlier, with the identification of uncertainty. Something had occurred, or failed to occur, that required clarification. A hunt had gone poorly. An illness lingered. Rains had not come when expected. A neighbouring group had shown signs of resistance. These situations were not framed as problems to be solved by debate. They were framed as questions to be posed correctly. The wording mattered. Shaughnessy notes that oracle bone questions were tightly structured, often binary in form. They were designed to produce clarity rather than explanation. Will this action bring misfortune? Will it bring success? Will the ancestor approve? This constrained the range of possible answers, but it also disciplined decision-making. Once a question was fixed, the outcome could be acted upon without reopening debate. Before the ritual itself, offerings were prepared. Animals were selected according to status and purpose. Cattle were valuable. Sheep and pigs were more common. Dogs appear frequently in sacrificial contexts, particularly in rites connected to protection or boundary maintenance. These animals were not symbolic placeholders. They represented labor, wealth, and stored energy. To sacrifice them was a visible commitment. The location of divination was controlled. It took place within elite compounds, near ancestral temples, or royal residences. These were not public squares. Access was restricted. Those present understood the seriousness of the event. The diviner's role was technical. He did not invent meaning. He managed process. He applied heat, he observed, he announced what was seen. Authority rested not in creativity, but in consistency. Lewis emphasizes that this division of roles mattered. It prevented divination from becoming personal prophecy. The system depended on predictability. The diviner's task was to make the ancestors legible, not expressive. When the heated rod touched the prepared hollow, the sound was sharp and brief. Witnesses would have recognized it immediately. The crack followed a line determined by the bone's structure, but interpretation did not treat this as mechanical. The physical response was understood as the medium through which ancestral will appeared. Cracks were compared. Some were long and straight, others short or branching. Some were judged favorable, others unfavorable. The criteria were learned, not invented on the spot. In many cases, multiple cracks were made on the same bone. This allowed comparison. It also allowed refinement of the question. If the first crack was ambiguous, another might clarify. If uncertainty persisted, the ritual could be repeated on another day. This repetition reveals restraint. Despite the centrality of divination, Shang rulers did not act impulsively on single readings. Patterns mattered. Consistency mattered. A single unfavorable sign might be tolerated. A sequence of them could not be ignored. The act of inscription followed. The text was carved with care. Characters were incised after the crack appeared, anchoring interpretation to a physical mark. This meant writing responded to events rather than anticipating them. Early Chinese writing emerges here not as narrative, but as documentation. The inscriptions do not describe the ceremony, they record the decision-making structure: date, subject, question, outcome, occasionally result. This habit of recording reinforced memory. Later, rulers could look back. They could see which actions had been taken, under what conditions, and with what result. This created continuity across reigns. It also created precedent. If an ancestor had approved a certain sacrifice in the past, repeating it made sense. If a particular ritual failed repeatedly, adjustments were made. This is where oracle-bone divination intersects with governance. The king did not rule by issuing abstract laws. He ruled by responding to accumulated signals. His legitimacy rested on demonstrating that his actions followed patterns that had worked before. When divination failed repeatedly, it did not immediately discredit the system. Instead, it intensified it. More sacrifices, more questions, more attention to ritual detail. The assumption was not that the ancestors were silent, but that communication required correction. This feedback loop could stabilize authority during normal times. During crisis, it could accelerate collapse. If drought persisted despite increasing sacrifice, confidence eroded. If military defeats followed favorable divinations, trust weakened. When enough discrepancies accumulated, the belief that the ruler still possessed effective access to ancestral power faltered. This is crucial. The Shang did not fall because people stopped believing in ancestors. They fell because belief no longer supported the existing hierarchy. The Zhou inherited the practice, but reframed its logic. They shifted emphasis away from specific ancestral approval and toward broader moral alignment. The mandate of heaven did not reject divination. It generalized it. But that comes later. For now, the oracle bones represent a world in which authority was built slowly, question by question, crack by crack, inscription by inscription. A world where uncertainty was managed, not eliminated. A world where power depended not on certainty, but on the disciplined handling of doubt. The people whose names appear on oracle bones were not symbolic figures. They were living individuals embedded in a rigid hierarchy, and their presence in inscriptions tells us who mattered, when, and why. The Shang king appears most frequently, but he is rarely alone. The bones record the involvement of consorts, sons, military commanders, ritual specialists, and named ancestors stretching back generations. These names are not decorative. They indicate responsibility. When a divination asked whether a sacrifice should be made to a particular ancestor, it implied that ancestor still possessed agency, still exerted influence over weather, health, and warfare. This created a layered political world in which the living and the dead were continuously interacting. Lewis emphasizes that Shang kingship was inseparable from this ancestral network. The king was not simply a ruler over people, he was a mediator between temporal and ancestral domains. His authority rested on his ability to correctly identify which ancestor was responsible for which outcome and which ritual response was appropriate. This made knowledge of lineage essential. Forgetting an ancestor or misattributing responsibility was not a symbolic error. It was a practical failure with real consequences. Oracle bones therefore functioned as memory devices. They preserved genealogies, ritual histories, and chains of cause and response. Over time, this accumulation of records allowed the court to act with increasing confidence, not because the future was predictable, but because the past had been carefully indexed. The physical setting reinforced this worldview. Divination did not take place in isolation. It occurred within royal compounds filled with activity. Animals were led in for sacrifice, bronze vessels were prepared, scribes waited nearby. Smoke from fires mingled with the smell of blood and heated bone. These were not quiet moments of introspection, they were public, structured performances of authority. Witnesses saw decisions being made in real time, anchored to ritual procedure rather than personal preference. This mattered politically. When the king announced an action following divination, he could point to process rather than impulse. The ancestors had been consulted, the signs had been read, the decision followed precedent. Over time, this reduced internal dissent. Disagreement was redirected away from policy and toward ritual correctness. If something went wrong, the solution was not rebellion but refinement, more precise questions, more appropriate offerings, more careful attention to detail. This system worked well when resources were abundant and outcomes generally favorable. It struggled when conditions deteriorated. Archaeological evidence suggests that late Shang rulers intensified divination rather than abandoning it. Inscriptions become more frequent, not less. Questions become narrower. Ritual activity increases. This reflects a society doubling down on its most trusted mechanism for managing uncertainty. The oracle bones show anxiety as much as confidence. They record repeated questions about illness, repeated concerns about rainfall, repeated inquiries about military success. These repetitions indicate unresolved problems. The system was still functioning, but the environment it depended on was becoming less predictable. Writing itself was shaped by this pressure. Early Chinese characters developed not to tell stories, but to stabilize meaning. Characters were carved carefully, consistently, and conservatively. Innovation was slow. This ensured that future diviners could read past inscriptions without ambiguity. Shaughnessy notes that this conservatism helped create one of the world's longest continuous writing traditions. Stability mattered more than expressiveness. Accuracy mattered more than beauty. This preference would echo through later Chinese administrative culture. As oracle bone practice matured, it began to influence other domains. Military campaigns were planned around divination schedules. Sacrificial calendars structured the year. Decisions about movement, construction, and punishment followed ritual consultation. The state became synchronized with divination. When the Zhou eventually overthrew the Shang, they did not discard these practices. They inherited them. What they changed was the explanation. Instead of focusing narrowly on ancestral approval, they introduced a broader concept, heaven as a moral force that could withdraw support from unjust rulers. This reframing preserved continuity while allowing political change. But that transition only makes sense if we understand how deeply oracle bone divination had already shaped ideas of legitimacy, responsibility, and time. Before heaven judged kings, ancestors did. Before laws were written, cracks were read. Before philosophy emerged, ritual organized thought. This is the ground ancient China grows from. The Shang king was not a distant ritual figure who ruled through symbols alone. He was expected to act, to move, and to lead. Oracle bones make this clear, not only through questions about sacrifice, but through repeated references to warfare. Campaigns were frequent. Raids against neighboring groups were routine. Some were punitive, others strategic, and many were simply habitual. The Shang state did not exist within fixed borders. Its power radiated outward from the royal center and weakened with distance. Control had to be reasserted constantly. Divination preceded nearly every military action. Questions asked whether a campaign would succeed, whether ancestors approved, whether weather conditions would be favorable, and whether the king himself would be harmed. The bones also record follow-up inquiries after engagements, assessing losses, injuries, and the proper ritual response to victory or failure. War was therefore folded directly into ritual life. Violence was not an interruption of order, it was part of it. Lewis emphasizes that Shang warfare was as much about captives as territory. Prisoners were taken not only to neutralize enemies, but to supply labor and sacrifice. Human offerings appear regularly in oracle inscriptions. These were not symbolic gestures. They were material acts intended to feed ancestral spirits and reinforce the bond between king and lineage. This created a feedback loop. Successful war provided captives. Captives enabled sacrifice. Sacrifice maintained ancestral favor. Ancestral favor justified further war. The king stood at the center of this cycle. He was personally responsible for its functioning. If rain failed, illness spread, or defeat occurred, the failure reflected on him. The oracle bones do not show kings deflecting blame. They show kings asking whether they had offended ancestors, whether offerings were insufficient, whether timing was wrong. Responsibility was centralized, not distributed. The physical landscape reinforced this concentration of power. Shang capitals were not sprawling cities in the later sense. They were ritual and administrative hubs surrounded by zones of decreasing control. Archaeology reveals elite precincts, workshops, storage pits, and sacrificial areas clustered tightly together. Bronze production occurred under royal supervision. Weapons, vessels, and ritual objects were cast using complex techniques that required coordination, skill, and access to resources. Control over bronze was control over both war and ritual. The same material armed soldiers and honored ancestors. This dual use was not accidental. Bronze vessels were heavy, durable, and difficult to produce. Their weight mattered. Their permanence mattered. They were designed to outlast generations, to anchor memory and authority in physical form. Many were inscribed, recording names, events, and lineages. These inscriptions extended the logic of oracle bones into everyday elite life. Power became cumulative. The longer a lineage held ritual authority, the more objects it possessed, the more ancestors it could invoke, and the more legitimate it appeared. This created deep inertia within the system. Change was possible, but costly. At the same time, the Shang state remained fragile. Its dependence on constant ritual performance meant it required stability to function. Disruption, drought, internal dissent, sustained military pressure could not be easily absorbed. When outcomes failed to align with divinatory expectations, the response was intensification, not reform. This rigidity would matter later. The oracle bones record a world confident in its procedures, but increasingly strained by circumstances beyond its control. The king asked the same questions repeatedly because the answers were no longer delivering certainty. By the late Shang period, divination had become more frequent, sacrifices more elaborate, and military activity more intense. These were not signs of strength alone. They were signs of a system under pressure. When the Zhou eventually challenged Shang authority, they did not present themselves as innovators. They presented themselves as restorers of order. They adopted Shang ritual forms, retained ancestral sacrifice, and continued divination practices. What they changed was the explanation for failure. Instead of asking which ancestor had been offended, they asked whether the ruler himself had lost moral alignment with heaven. This shift did not erase the past, it reinterpreted it. Understanding that transition requires seeing the Shang world clearly on its own terms, not as a prelude to philosophy, but as a fully formed political and ritual system, one that functioned remarkably well until it didn't. For most people living under Shang rule, daily life unfolded far from the divination pits and bronze vessels of the royal precinct. They lived in small settlements scattered across river valleys and plains, close to arable land and water sources. Houses were simple structures, often semi-subterranean, with packed earth floors and walls made from wood, mud and reeds. Roofs were thatched. Smoke from cooking fires drifted constantly through living spaces, clinging to clothing and skin. Life was organized around agriculture. Millet was the primary staple in northern China during the Shang period. Fields were worked by hand, using stone and bone tools alongside early bronze implements. Farming followed seasonal rhythms closely. Planting, tending, and harvesting were communal efforts, shaped by weather patterns that could not be predicted with certainty. Bad harvests were common enough to be feared, but not rare enough to provoke panic on their own. What mattered was accumulation. One failed season could be endured. Several in succession could destabilize entire regions. Animals were part of everyday life. Pigs and dogs were raised close to homes. Cattle were valuable but less common. Horses existed but were primarily associated with elite warfare and chariotry rather than agricultural labor. Poultry and hunted game supplemented diets, though meat was consumed irregularly for most households. Food was simple and repetitive. Grains were boiled into porridge or steamed. Vegetables were gathered or grown locally. Salt, when available, was prized. Alcoholic drinks made from fermented grain were consumed during communal events and rituals, though not in the quantities suggested by elite feasting scenes. Time was measured through activity rather than abstraction. There were no numbered years for ordinary people, no calendars posted publicly. Seasonal change was felt in the soil, the river levels, the length of daylight. Ritual days mattered insofar as they interrupted labor or demanded participation, but most days were indistinguishable from one another. Social hierarchy was visible everywhere. Lineage determined status. Some families held land, others worked it. Some had access to bronze tools, others relied on stone. Some lived close to administrative centers, others on the margins. These distinctions were understood intuitively, they did not require explanation. Obligations flowed upward. Labor was demanded for building projects, agricultural support, and military campaigns. Men could be conscripted for fighting or transport. Women contributed heavily to agricultural work, food preparation, textile production, and household maintenance. Children worked early, learning tasks through repetition rather than instruction. Lewis emphasizes that the Shang state did not administer daily life closely. It extracted resources and loyalty, but it did not regulate behavior at the household level. There were no universal laws applied evenly across territory. This created variation. Practices differed between regions. Dialects varied. Customs shifted subtly from one settlement to the next. What unified these communities was not uniform administration, but participation in shared ritual expectations imposed from above. Sacrifice was not limited to the royal court. Local elites conducted rituals of their own. invoking ancestors specific to their lineage. These ceremonies mirrored royal practice on a smaller scale. Animals were offered, food was shared, memory was reinforced through repetition. For common households, ritual participation was occasional but meaningful. Festivals, funerals, and seasonal rites punctuated the year. These moments brought people together physically and socially, reinforcing bonds that daily labor kept functional but quiet. Illness and injury were constant threats. Medical knowledge was limited. Treatments relied on herbs, ritual intervention, and practical experience. Some conditions resolved naturally, others did not. Death was present in everyday life, especially among infants and the elderly. Burial practices reflected status clearly. Elite tombs were deep, elaborate, and filled with goods. Common burials were shallow and sparse. Many individuals were interred with little more than basic tools or personal items. Some were buried beneath living spaces, binding ancestors physically to the household. Memory did not require monuments. It lived in proximity. Children grew up among the remains of previous generations. Ancestors were not abstract figures. They were buried nearby, invoked by name, and remembered through use of land and tools passed down over time. Despite hardship, life was not uniformly bleak. There were moments of rest, celebration, and shared effort. Music existed. Simple instruments have been recovered archaeologically. Storytelling almost certainly played a role in communal life, though it leaves no physical trace. Games, competitions, and informal gatherings likely accompanied festivals and agricultural milestones. What daily life lacked was choice. Most people were born into a position and remained there. Movement between social levels was rare. Authority was inherited. Obligation was assumed. The world was stable not because it was fair, but because it was predictable. This predictability made disruption dangerous. When the Shang system began to strain under pressure, military loss, environmental stress, political challenge, it was not only elites who felt the consequences. Rural communities experienced increased demands, heavier labor obligations, and greater exposure to violence. Daily life absorbed the cost of instability quietly until it could no longer do so. That quiet endurance explains both the longevity of early Chinese states and the severity of their collapses. When Shang authority collapsed and Zhou rule expanded eastward, daily life did not change all at once. For most people, there was no sudden break, no moment that clearly marked the end of one world and the beginning of another. Fields were still planted, houses were still repaired with the same materials, families still lived near the same rivers and worked the same land. What changed first was not routine, but relationship. The Zhou did not attempt to govern through a single centralized court in the Shang manner. Instead, they distributed authority outward, granting land and titles to relatives and allies. These local rulers governed on the Zhou king's behalf, forming a layered political system rather than a single dominant center. This reshaped obligation. Under Shang rule, loyalty had flowed toward a powerful ritual core. Under the Zhou, loyalty became more local. People owed labor, tribute, and military service to regional lords, rather than directly to a distant royal capital. For villagers, authority now wore a familiar face. Power lived closer to home. This proximity brought both stability and tension. On one hand, local rulers understood regional conditions better. They managed irrigation, organized labor, and mediated disputes with greater immediacy. On the other hand, the multiplication of power centers increased competition. Rivalries between states became a persistent feature of Zhou-era life. Lewis emphasizes that the Zhou world was more fragmented, but also more adaptable. The concept of rule itself began to change. Shang kings ruled through ancestral legitimacy and ritual authority. Zhou rulers justified power through moral order. The idea that heaven granted authority conditionally emerged during this period. This was not philosophy in the abstract. It affected how people understood misfortune. Floods, famine, and military defeat were no longer merely signs of ritual failure. They could be interpreted as evidence that a ruler had lost heaven's favor. This introduced a subtle but profound shift. Authority was no longer absolute, it could be questioned. For common people, this did not create political freedom, but it did change expectation. Local elites were now judged, at least informally, by outcomes. Excessive demands, failure to protect communities, or prolonged instability weakened legitimacy. Over time, this encouraged experimentation in governance, even if slowly and unevenly. Daily labor continued much as before. Millet agriculture remained dominant in the north, with rice cultivation expanding gradually in southern regions. Tools improved incrementally. Bronze was still expensive and closely controlled. Iron would not become common until much later. Textile production increased during the Zhou period. Women spent long hours spinning and weaving. Cloth became both a household necessity and a form of tribute. Archaeological evidence suggests growing specialization in craft production, though most work remained household-based rather than industrial. Markets became more visible. While Shang-era exchange had existed, Zhou-era settlements show clearer signs of local trade. Pottery styles diversified. Regional differences became more pronounced. Salt, metal tools, and luxury items circulated along expanding routes. This circulation exposed communities to ideas as well as goods. Stories, customs, and religious practices traveled between states. No single authority-controlled belief. Ritual systems became more plural. Local traditions persisted alongside emerging shared concepts. Ancestor worship remained central, but its expression diversified. Households continued to honor lineage ancestors. Burial practices evolved gradually. Tombs became more standardized within regions, but varied significantly between them. Grave goods reflected both status and local identity. Over time, literacy spread beyond the narrow confines of the royal court. Writing remained difficult and specialized, but record-keeping expanded. Bronze inscriptions lengthened. Administrative texts appeared. Writing increasingly served governance rather than solely ritual. This mattered for daily life in indirect ways. Records stabilized obligations. Land grants, service requirements, and ritual duties became fixed in writing. This reduced arbitrariness but increased permanence. Once recorded, obligations were harder to contest. Conflict became more frequent. The Zhou world was not one of constant war, but neither was it peaceful. States competed for land, resources, and prestige. Military service became a recurring feature of male life. Campaigns disrupted agricultural cycles. Communities bore the cost. Weapons technology improved slowly. Chariots remained symbols of elite warfare. Infantry forces expanded gradually. Warfare became less ritualized and more strategic over time. For civilians, the presence of war was felt through requisitions, displacement, and loss. Yet life continued. Families adapted. Fields were replanted. Homes rebuilt. Children grew up learning the same skills their parents had learned, even as the political world around them became more complex. The Zhou period did not simplify society, it layered it. Obligations multiplied, authority fragmented. Belief systems expanded, daily life absorbed these changes quietly, without ceremony. It is this quiet accumulation that defines ancient Chinese history more than dramatic collapse. Systems changed slowly, people endured. By the 8th century BCE, the political order established by the Zhou was beginning to weaken. The system of regional states that had once supported royal authority increasingly operated on its own terms. Power had been distributed outward to ensure stability, but over time those local centers became more autonomous. Generations passed, and the personal ties that had once linked regional rulers to the Zhou court lost their force. titles and ritual obligations remained, but loyalty became conditional and situational. The Zhou court continued to exist, and it continued to perform the rites associated with kingship. Sacrifices were offered, calendars maintained, and proclamations issued in the language of heaven's mandate. Yet the court's capacity to enforce decisions diminished steadily. Authority increasingly relied on recognition rather than command. This shift unfolded gradually. Local rulers began to act without seeking royal approval. Military campaigns were launched independently. Alliances formed between states without reference to the Zhou king. The court remained a symbolic center, but it no longer coordinated political life across the realm. The change became unmistakable in 771 BCE. That year, forces from the west attacked the Zhou capital. The king was killed, and the royal household fled east, abandoning the lands that had formed the dynasty's ancestral core. What survived was a reduced court operating from a new capital, presiding over a landscape it could no longer control directly. This event marked the beginning of what later historians would call the Spring and Autumn period. Life did not collapse, but the political framework that had once provided coherence no longer functioned as intended. The realm became a mosaic of competing states, each asserting its own authority and legitimacy. Some were large and well-resourced, others were small and vulnerable. Borders shifted frequently, and no single power could impose lasting order. Warfare became more common, though it remained limited in scale at first. Campaigns were often seasonal, shaped by agricultural cycles. Armies marched, engaged, and withdrew. Chariot warfare remained important among elites, but infantry forces expanded, and military organization became more systematic. Strategy, logistics, and coordination began to matter more than ritual display alone. For ordinary people, these changes brought uncertainty. Fields were disrupted by troop movements. Labor demands increased as states mobilized resources. Taxes rose to support military campaigns that often produced no clear resolution. Populations moved between regions in search of stability, and communities learned to adapt to shifting authority. At the same time, older assumptions about order came under strain. The Zhou moral framework emphasized hierarchy, ritual propriety, and reciprocal obligation. It assumed that correct conduct would produce harmony, and that authority, once properly established, would be self-sustaining. Yet obedience no longer guaranteed stability. Ritual continued, but conflict persisted. This tension became increasingly difficult to ignore. Members of the elite were trained for service, but service no longer assured influence or security. Rulers performed ceremonies and upheld tradition, yet defeat and disorder followed. Appeals to heaven's mandate continued, but they carried less certainty than before. As a result, new questions began to circulate. People asked how authority should be exercised when power was fragmented. They considered what obligations remained binding when loyalties were divided. They debated whether order depended more on moral example, institutional control, or withdrawal from competition altogether. These questions emerged from experience rather than theory. Officials displaced by political change moved between courts, offering advice shaped by observation and trial. Scholars travelled in search of patronage, adjusting their counsel to suit different rulers. Ideas circulated alongside goods and armies, carried by people navigating an unstable world. Writing played an increasingly important role in this process. Texts were no longer confined to ritual inscriptions or administrative records. Short sayings, anecdotes, and arguments were recorded and repeated. Knowledge became more mobile, adapted to new contexts, rather than fixed in a single authoritative form. At this stage, reflection remained closely tied to circumstance. Advice was practical, provisional, and often contradictory. It responded to immediate problems rather than abstract ideals. Only later would these responses be organized into recognizable traditions. For now, the spring and autumn period continued as a time of gradual fragmentation marked by competition, adaptation, and the steady erosion of older certainties. As the spring and autumn period gave way to the 5th century BCE, the pattern of conflict began to change. Competition between states intensified, and warfare grew more frequent and more destructive. Smaller states were absorbed or eliminated. Power concentrated in fewer hands, and survival increasingly depended on sustained military and administrative capacity rather than lineage or ritual prestige. This transition marks what later historians would call the Warring States period. The name reflects not only the frequency of war, but its character. Conflict was no longer episodic or ceremonial. It became continuous, planned, and systematic. States reorganized themselves around the expectation of prolonged struggle. Armies expanded dramatically. Chariots, once the dominant symbol of elite warfare, declined in importance. Infantry forces became central. Soldiers were drawn from broader segments of the population and trained for coordinated movement rather than individual display. Weapons standardized. Bronze gave way increasingly to iron, which was cheaper to produce and easier to replace. This shift altered the experience of war for everyone involved. Battles involved larger numbers and lasted longer. Casualties increased. Campaigns extended deeper into enemy territory, targeting supply lines and population centers rather than seeking ritualized confrontation. Civilians were no longer peripheral to conflict. They became part of its logistics. To support these armies, states restructured themselves internally. Land was surveyed and registered. Households were counted. Taxes and labor obligations were standardized. Administrative roles expanded, creating a class of officials whose authority came not from noble descent, but from appointment and performance. Writing became essential to governance. Records tracked grain, labor, and military service. Legal codes were written down and enforced more consistently. Orders were transmitted across distance, and accountability was increasingly documented rather than assumed. For ordinary people, this brought new pressures. Farmers were required to produce surplus grain for armies they might never see. Labor was redirected toward fortifications, roads, and canals. Young men were conscripted for extended periods. Families adapted to long absences and uncertain returns. Daily life became more tightly regulated. Village obligations were defined more clearly, but also enforced more strictly. Mobility decreased as states sought to control populations. Punishment became more standardized and in many regions more severe, reflecting a belief that predictability mattered more than moral persuasion. At the same time, opportunities shifted. Some individuals rose through administrative service rather than inheritance. Skill in management, logistics, or military planning could bring advancement. Talent became a resource states competed to attract. This competition extended beyond armies. Rulers sought advisors who could offer strategies for survival and dominance. Courts became sites of debate as much as command. Ideas about order, law, morality, and authority were tested against the pressures of war. None of this was abstract. The questions that emerged were shaped by experience. How to maintain loyalty among conscripted populations, how to discipline armies drawn from common households, how to secure food in prolonged conflict, how to justify authority when victory, not ritual, determined legitimacy. As states adopted different answers, they diverged. Some emphasized moral leadership and social harmony, believing cohesion could reduce internal fracture. Others relied on strict laws and harsh penalties, aiming to produce obedience through predictability. Some experimented with centralized control, others with flexible alliances. These approaches did not yet form named philosophies. They existed as competing practices embedded in administration, military organization, and court policy. Success or failure determined whether an idea spread or disappeared. The Warring States period thus reshaped more than political boundaries. It altered how people understood authority, obligation, and survival. The older Zhou vision of harmony through inherited order no longer matched reality. New systems were emerging, built to function under permanent pressure. This was the environment in which later thinkers would operate, not as detached observers, but as participants responding to a world structured by competition, regulation, and uncertainty. Their ideas would reflect this context, shaped by the demands of states that expected solutions rather than ideals. For now, daily life continued under the weight of preparation. Fields were planted with war in mind. Cities expanded their walls. Officials counted households and supplies. Armies trained even in times of nominal peace. The expectation was no longer stability. It was endurance. As warfare intensified and states expanded, rulers faced a problem that could not be solved by force alone. Armies could be raised, weapons produced, and walls constructed, but none of these mattered if populations did not comply. Loyalty could no longer be assumed through lineage or ritual obligation. It had to be managed, measured, and reinforced. Fear became a tool of governance. Not fear in the sense of terror alone, but fear as predictability. Rulers increasingly sought systems where consequences were known in advance and applied consistently. The goal was not moral transformation, but reliability. This marked a significant shift from earlier Zhou ideals. Under the Zhou order, authority relied on reputation, ritual performance, and reciprocal obligation. Punishment existed, but it was often discretionary and mediated through status. By the Warring States period, discretion was viewed as a liability. Uneven enforcement produced uncertainty. Uncertainty produced instability. States began to codify behavior. Laws were written, displayed, and enforced with increasing uniformity. Offenses were defined clearly. Penalties were standardized. Officials were expected to apply punishment according to regulation rather than personal judgment. This applied across social boundaries. Nobles were no longer exempt from sanction. Officials were punished for failure as well as misconduct. Military officers were held accountable for outcomes, not intentions. Success and failure became administrative facts rather than moral evaluations. For soldiers, this altered the nature of service. Conscription tied households directly to the state. Men were registered, assigned, and monitored. Desertion carried severe penalties, not only for the individual but sometimes for families as well. Collective responsibility became a mechanism of control. Discipline was enforced relentlessly. Rewards and punishments were paired deliberately. Promotion followed success in battle. Failure brought demotion, mutilation, or death. These outcomes were recorded and publicized to reinforce expectations. Fear was not hidden. It was instructional. For civilians, similar principles applied. Households were grouped into administrative units responsible for mutual surveillance. Tax obligations were fixed. Labor requirements were calculated precisely. Failure to comply resulted in predictable consequences. Local officials were evaluated based on compliance rates, not popularity. This system reduced ambiguity. People knew what was expected of them, and they knew what would happen if they failed. The emotional burden was heavy, but the rules themselves were clear. In an environment shaped by constant conflict, clarity was valued over compassion. At the same time, rulers recognized that fear alone was insufficient. Excessive punishment could produce flight, rebellion, or sabotage. Too much rigidity reduced flexibility in crisis. Governance required calibration. As a result, loyalty was cultivated alongside coercion. Merit became a pathway to advancement. Service to the state offered tangible rewards. Land grants, titles, and exemptions were awarded for military success or administrative competence. Talent, rather than ancestry, increasingly determined status. This created a new relationship between ruler and subject. Loyalty was no longer framed solely as moral duty. It became transactional. The state offered protection, reward, and opportunity. In return, it demanded obedience, labor, and service. Failure on either side weakened the arrangement. Rulers who punished without rewarding lost support. Subjects who accepted reward without fulfilling obligation were sanctioned. Stability depended on maintaining this balance under constant strain. Public ritual still existed, but its role changed. Ceremony no longer served primarily to express shared moral order. It reinforced authority by displaying control, hierarchy, and continuity. Ritual became one component of governance rather than its foundation. This environment shaped behavior at every level. Officials learned to document decisions carefully. Soldiers learned to follow orders precisely. Families organized their labor and resources with state demands in mind. Fear was present, but it was structured, bounded by law rather than whim. Over time, these practices altered expectations. People adjusted to a world in which authority was explicit rather than implicit. Order was maintained not through inherited norms alone, but through systems that operated regardless of personal relationships. This did not eliminate resistance. Revolts occurred. Officials abused power. Punishments were sometimes excessive, but the overall direction was clear. States that governed fear and loyalty effectively survived longer than those that relied solely on tradition or charisma. These practices did not arise from theory. They developed through trial, adaptation, and observation. Rulers adopted what worked and discarded what failed. Success was measured in stability and survival rather than moral approval. As these methods spread, they began to influence how people thought about human behavior, authority, and order. Ideas about law, punishment, and governance increasingly reflected lived experience rather than inherited ideals. This practical orientation would later be articulated more explicitly by thinkers seeking to explain why some states endured while others collapsed. For now, these ideas remained embedded in administration. They shaped how fear was applied, how loyalty was rewarded, and how order was maintained in a world where war was not an exception but a constant possibility. As systems of control became more explicit, rulers faced a problem that law alone could not solve. Punishment could enforce compliance, but it could not generate trust. Fear could prevent disobedience, but it could not easily produce loyalty. States that relied entirely on coercion often achieved short-term order, but struggled to maintain cohesion over time. Rulers were aware of this limitation. Excessive punishment created resentment. Officials feared making decisions. Soldiers obeyed orders, but lacked commitment beyond immediate reward. Social bonds weakened as people learned to act defensively rather than cooperatively. This prompted efforts to restore a moral framework that could coexist with administrative control. Rather than abandoning older ideals entirely, some rulers and advisors sought to reinterpret them. Ritual, hierarchy, and ethical conduct were not rejected, but reframed as tools that could reinforce authority rather than replace it. Moral language returned to political discourse in new forms. Rulers emphasized personal conduct as a model for society. Court behavior was scrutinized. Advisors spoke increasingly about virtue, restraint, and responsibility, not as abstract ideals, but as stabilizing forces within governance. This approach assumed that order depended partly on example. If rulers acted with consistency, moderation, and respect for established norms, subjects would be more likely to comply voluntarily. Fear would still exist, but it would be tempered by a sense of legitimacy. Ritual regained importance under this logic. Ceremonies marked hierarchy clearly, roles were defined and repeated. Public observance reinforced expectations about behavior and obligation. Ritual did not eliminate coercion, but it softened its presence by embedding authority within familiar patterns. Education also became a focus. Training officials in proper conduct was seen as a way to reduce the need for punishment. If administrators internalized norms, enforcement could become more predictable and less arbitrary. Moral instruction became part of bureaucratic preparation. This did not imply a return to the old Zhou order. Hierarchy was no longer assumed to be naturally harmonious. It had to be maintained actively. Moral cultivation was valued not because people were believed to be inherently good, but because disciplined behavior reduced friction within the state. These ideas circulated alongside harsher systems, not in opposition to them. In many states, moral rhetoric and strict law operated simultaneously. Rulers adopted whichever tools produced stability. A court might praise virtue publicly, while enforcing severe penalties privately. The two approaches were not seen as contradictory. This hybrid governance reflected practical experience. States that ignored moral legitimacy faced resistance. States that ignored enforcement collapsed under pressure. The most durable systems balanced coercion with justification, fear with explanation. It was within this environment that advisors began to articulate more systematic arguments about governance. They drew on older traditions while responding to contemporary conditions. They emphasized proper relationships, social roles, and ethical conduct as mechanisms for restoring predictability. Their concern was not personal enlightenment, but political endurance. These arguments gained traction because they addressed real problems. Officials struggled with uncertainty. Rulers faced constant threat. Populations lived under pressure. Moral language offered a way to frame obedience as participation rather than submission. Over time, certain patterns of thought became more coherent. Emphasis on cultivated behavior, respect for hierarchy, and reciprocal obligation began to form a recognizable approach to order. This approach did not reject law or punishment, but argued that they functioned best within a moral framework that people could understand and accept. These ideas would later be associated with particular figures and texts. At this stage, they existed as practical responses to governance under strain. They were tested in courts, adjusted through experience, and evaluated by outcome rather than doctrine. As instability continued and competition intensified, the demand for such guidance increased. Rulers sought advisors who could offer not only strategies for control, but reasons for obedience. The question was no longer simply how to rule, but how to justify ruling in a world where inherited authority no longer sufficed. This search for justification would soon produce figures whose names would be preserved. But their ideas did not emerge in isolation. They emerged from a world already shaped by fear, regulation, and the constant effort to make order durable. Confucius was born into this unsettled world. He lived during the later part of the spring and autumn period, at a time when the authority of the Zhou court had already weakened and regional states governed largely according to their own interests. Warfare was frequent, alliances unstable, and public life increasingly shaped by competition rather than inherited obligation. Confucius was not born into power. His family belonged to the lower ranks of the aristocracy in the state of Lu. They possessed status but limited resources. This position placed him close enough to elite culture to understand its expectations, but far enough removed to experience its insecurity. From an early age, Confucius was trained in the skills expected of a cultivated official. He learned ritual practice, historical tradition, music, and record-keeping. These were not abstract subjects. They were practical tools for participation in court life. Knowledge of ritual determined who could speak, who could act, and how authority was expressed. Confucius entered public service modestly. He held minor administrative posts, overseeing tasks related to storage, labor, and local order. These roles offered limited influence, but they provided first-hand experience of how governance functioned on the ground. He saw how rules were enforced, how officials interacted with common people, and how authority was exercised day to day. What he observed was not encouraging. Offices were unstable. Appointments depended on factional politics rather than competence. Rituals were performed, but often without sincerity. Punishments were applied inconsistently, producing resentment rather than compliance. Confucius did not see these problems as inevitable. He believed that disorder resulted not from the collapse of hierarchy itself, but from its misuse. In his view, rulers no longer understood the responsibilities that accompanied authority. Officials pursued advantage rather than duty. Ritual remained, but its meaning had eroded. Rather than advocating rebellion or withdrawal, Confucius focused on restoration. He believed that earlier models of governance, particularly those attributed to the early Zhou, offered guidance. These models emphasized restraint, moral example, and clearly defined relationships between ruler and subject, parent and child, elder and junior. Importantly, Confucius did not imagine these ideals as abstract virtues. They were practical standards meant to structure behavior. A ruler who acted predictably reduced fear. An official who understood his role reduced conflict. A society that respected hierarchy reduced the need for punishment. Confucius spent much of his adult life seeking a ruler willing to adopt this approach. He traveled between states, offering counsel to courts that were searching for stability. He did not command armies or administer large territories. His influence depended entirely on persuasion and reputation. This was a precarious position. Courts were crowded, with advisors offering competing solutions. Some advocated stricter laws. Others promoted military expansion. Confucius's emphasis on moral conduct and ritual discipline often appeared impractical to rulers facing immediate threats. As a result, his proposals were rarely implemented fully. Confucius held office briefly in lieu, but his reforms were limited. Political rivalries undermined his position. Compromise was difficult. When support faded, he left and resumed his travels. Throughout these years, he taught. Confucius gathered students not as followers of a doctrine, but as participants in training. He emphasized study of historical records, ritual practice, and self-discipline. Education, in his view, was a means of producing reliable officials who could act correctly even under pressure. This focus reflected the conditions of the time. States needed administrators who could manage complexity without constant supervision. Confucius believed that internalized norms could reduce reliance on coercion. If officials governed themselves, governance as a whole would become less brittle. His teaching did not reject law or punishment. Rather, it sought to limit their necessity. Punishment, he believed, was a sign of failure. If moral example functioned properly, enforcement would become secondary. This perspective did not dominate the political landscape. Most states continued to rely heavily on regulation and force. Confucius's influence during his lifetime remained modest. He died without having seen his ideas fully adopted by any major state. Yet his significance lies in how clearly his concerns reflect the pressures of his age. Confucius was responding to fragmentation, competition, and uncertainty. His emphasis on ritual, hierarchy, and cultivated behavior was an attempt to make authority intelligible and sustainable in a world where inherited order had broken down. Later generations would preserve, organize, and expand his ideas. At the time, they were part of an ongoing search for stability, offered alongside many competing responses to the same problem. After Confucius's death, his ideas did not disappear, but they did not dominate either. He left behind students rather than a unified movement. These students differed in temperament, background, and ambition. What connected them was not a fixed doctrine, but a shared emphasis on study, conduct, and the belief that order could be restored through disciplined behavior, rather than coercion alone. In the years that followed, they dispersed. Some remained close to the state of Lu. Others travelled, entering service in different courts or teaching privately. Without a central authority to enforce interpretation, Confucius's teachings evolved unevenly. Passages were remembered, debated, and sometimes reframed to suit new political conditions. Texts associated with Confucius were not fixed at this stage. Sayings circulated orally. Anecdotes were preserved selectively. Emphasis shifted depending on audience. What survived was shaped by what rulers and officials found useful, rather than by fidelity to original intent. This adaptability contributed to the endurance of the tradition. Confucian ideas could be presented as conservative, emphasizing ritual and hierarchy, or as reformist, emphasizing moral responsibility and restraint. Different states drew on different aspects, often combining them with administrative practices that Confucius himself had treated cautiously. At the same time, other states moved decisively in a different direction. Faced with escalating warfare and the need for rapid mobilization, many rulers concluded that moral cultivation was too slow and unreliable. They sought systems that produced immediate, measurable compliance. Law became the central instrument. Rules were written clearly and applied uniformly. Rewards and punishments were calibrated precisely. Officials were evaluated based on outcomes rather than intention. Authority was centralized, and personal discretion was reduced wherever possible. These systems did not emerge in opposition to Confucius personally. They emerged from the same pressures he had confronted, but reached different conclusions. Where Confucius emphasized internal discipline, these approaches emphasized external constraint. Where he sought to reduce reliance on punishment, they accepted it as foundational. In practice, the two approaches often overlapped. States that adopted strict laws still employed moral rhetoric. Ritual continued. Appeals to order and harmony remained common. But enforcement no longer depended on ethical persuasion. It depended on regulation. For populations living under these systems, the difference was tangible. Behavior became more predictable. Expectations were explicit. Punishments were severe but consistent. Advancement depended less on lineage and more on performance. Fear was structured rather than arbitrary. This produced stability, but at a cost. Officials acted cautiously. Creativity was limited. Trust between ruler and subject was thin. Loyalty was secured through incentive rather than attachment. Confucian-trained advisors criticized this approach. They argued that rule by punishment alone produced compliance without commitment. People obeyed out of fear, not conviction. In moments of crisis, such systems could fracture quickly, as loyalty evaporated once enforcement weakened. Supporters of strict law dismissed these concerns. They pointed to results. States that enforced discipline effectively expanded. Armies trained under rigid systems performed better. Administrative efficiency translated into military success. The debate was not theoretical. It played out in policy decisions, court appointments, and battlefield outcomes. Rulers observed which methods produced survival and which led to collapse. Over time, the contrast sharpened. Confucian ideas became associated with moral cultivation, education, and ethical governance. Legal administrative approaches became associated with centralized control, standardized punishment, and military efficiency. Neither side held a monopoly on success. Some morally oriented states endured. Some law-centered states collapsed under internal strain. The period did not produce a clear verdict. Instead, it produced coexistence. Ideas competed just as states did, tested repeatedly against experience. What endured was not purity, but adaptability. By the late Warring States period, these approaches had crystallized enough to be recognizable as distinct traditions, though still intertwined in practice. Rulers selected elements from each, assembling systems that reflected their priorities and circumstances. This coexistence would shape what followed. When unification finally came, it would not erase these debates. It would resolve them temporarily through force, while leaving unresolved questions about how authority should be exercised once survival was secured. Those questions would return. By the late Warring States period, the state of Qin no longer resembled the other kingdoms. Geographically, it sat on the western edge of the Shang World, separated by mountains and river valleys. Culturally, it had long been considered peripheral, less refined, less bound by aristocratic convention. Politically, it had been forced to adapt early, because it could not rely on inherited prestige to command obedience. This position shaped its development. Qin rulers adopted administrative reforms earlier and more completely than most rivals. Authority was centralized. Hereditary privilege was weakened. Rank and reward were tied directly to service, especially military service. Land was redistributed according to performance rather than lineage. These reforms altered daily life in ways that were immediately visible. Farmers were registered and taxed directly by the state. Fields were measured. Output was recorded. Labor obligations were standardized. Villages became units of administration rather than extensions of noble households. Military organization followed the same logic. Soldiers were grouped, trained, and rewarded according to quantifiable achievement. Advancement depended on battlefield results, not family background. Heads taken in combat translated into rank. Rank translated into land, exemption, and status. Violence was not glorified rhetorically. It was managed bureaucratically. This system required enforcement. Qin law codes were explicit. Infractions were categorized precisely. Punishments were severe but predictable. Collective responsibility meant households and villages monitored one another. Failure to report wrongdoing could be punished as harshly as the crime itself. Fear was not incidental. It was engineered. For ordinary people, this produced a mixed reality. Life became more stable in some respects. Expectations were clear. Arbitrary noble exactions declined. Agricultural productivity increased under standardized land use and irrigation projects. But autonomy narrowed. Movement was regulated. Speech was cautious. Innovation outside approved channels was discouraged. The state did not ask whether laws were just, only whether they were obeyed. Administration penetrated daily routines. Registers tracked households. Officials inspected fields. Tools and weights were standardized. Even axle widths were regulated to ensure compatibility with state infrastructure. This level of coordination was unprecedented. Other states adopted elements of these practices, but Qin applied them with unmatched consistency. Where rivals compromised with aristocratic interests, Qin dismantled them. By the 3rd century BCE, Qin had become the most militarily efficient state in the region. Its armies moved faster. Its logistics were tighter. Its command structure was clearer. Rivals still debated policy. Qin executed it. The process of conquest was methodical rather than dramatic. States were isolated diplomatically, attacked sequentially, and absorbed administratively. Local elites were displaced or reassigned. Laws replaced customs, measurement replaced tradition. When Qin forces entered, conquered territories, the change was immediate. Administrative districts replaced former kingdoms. Officials appointed by the central court took control. Local practices were recorded, assessed, and often abolished. Resistance was punished quickly, not symbolically. By 221 BCE, the process was complete. For the first time, the Zhou world was unified under a single authority. The ruler of Qin adopted a new title, Huangdi, Emperor. This was not merely a change of name, It signaled a claim to universal authority beyond ritual kingship. The emperor ruled not as a participant in inherited order, but as its source. Unification intensified existing practices. Road networks were expanded. Writing systems were standardized. Coinage was unified. Legal codes were enforced uniformly across vast distances. The benefits were real. Trade increased. Communication improved. Military mobilization became faster and more reliable. The empire functioned as a single system, rather than a patchwork of competing norms. But the costs increased as well. Labor demands grew heavier. Large construction projects drew workers far from home. Surveillance expanded. Punishments remained severe. Appeals were limited. Confucian-trained scholars found little place in this system. Their emphasis on moral persuasion and ritual moderation conflicted with Xin priorities. Some were marginalized, others adapted cautiously, some resisted and paid the price. The state tolerated knowledge that served administration. It did not tolerate criticism. The Qin system worked briefly. Its strength lay in its efficiency and control. Its weakness lay in its inflexibility. Compliance was secured through pressure rather than loyalty. When enforcement faltered, there was little to replace it. The empire expanded faster than its capacity to absorb dissent. This tension would define what followed. Under Qin rule, daily life became more legible to the state than it had ever been before. Households were registered in detail. Names, ages, occupations, and relationships were recorded. Movement between regions required permission. Entire families were held accountable for the actions of individuals. The state did not distinguish sharply between private life and public obligation. For farmers, the rhythm of life was tightly structured. Fields were measured and assigned, crops were monitored, taxes were assessed in grain and labor rather than coin. Seasonal work followed state calendars, not just local custom. During planting and harvest, families worked their own land. At other times, able-bodied men were summoned for military service or state labor. Labor projects reshaped the landscape. Roads were widened and leveled to allow the movement of troops and carts. Canals redirected water for irrigation and transport. Defensive walls were linked and extended. Construction sites drew workers from distant regions, often for years at a time. These projects were not symbolic. They were functional, and they demanded endurance. Workers lived in temporary camps. Food was basic. Schedules were rigid. Overseers enforced quotas strictly. Failure to meet expectations could bring punishment not only to the individual, but to their household. Women's lives were affected as well. With men absent for long periods, women managed households, fields, and children. They were subject to the same legal codes and collective responsibilities. Marriage remained a central institution, regulated by law rather than lineage alone. Household discipline was expected, not optional. Markets continued to function, but under tighter supervision. Weights and measures were standardized. Coinage was unified. Contracts were enforced by law rather than local mediation. Trade expanded across regions, but autonomy declined. Even belief became regulated. Ritual practices were permitted only if they did not conflict with state priorities. Ancestral rites continued within households, but public ceremonies were curtailed. Divination and prophecy were tolerated when useful, discouraged when destabilizing. The state did not attempt to eliminate belief. It attempted to neutralize it. Education reflected this emphasis. Training focused on administrative competence rather than moral cultivation. Literacy was valued insofar as it enabled record-keeping and legal enforcement. Knowledge was instrumental. The emperor's authority was absolute in theory and distant in practice. Orders flowed downward through layers of officials. Obedience was expected without debate. Appeals existed, but they moved slowly and rarely reversed decisions. Fear was constant, but so was predictability. For many, This was preferable to the instability of the warring states. Banditry declined, borders were secure, internal warfare ceased. But compliance did not equal loyalty. The system depended on continuous enforcement. When that enforcement weakened, cracks appeared quickly. The collapse of the Qin did not begin with rebellion. It began with exhaustion. The first emperor died in 210 BCE while traveling. His death was concealed by court officials who feared instability. Succession was manipulated. Authority became uncertain. At the same time, labor demands intensified. Large construction projects continued. Taxes did not ease. Officials enforced quotas rigidly despite growing strain. Poor harvests in some regions left households unable to meet obligations. Local officials faced a dilemma. Strict enforcement risked rebellion. Leniency risked punishment from above. Many chose enforcement. Resentment accumulated quietly. The first major uprising began not with ideology, but with fear. A group of conscripted laborers, delayed by floods, realized that failure to arrive on time carried the death penalty. Rather than submit, they rebelled. Others joined them, not out of loyalty but desperation. Rebellions spread unevenly. Former nobles, displaced by Qin administration, re-emerged as leaders. Local elites mobilized grievances. Bandit groups merged with insurgents. The Qin military, stretched thin, struggled to respond. The system that had unified the empire proved poorly suited to absorbing dissent. Officials hesitated, communication faltered, loyalty weakened. Within 4 years of the first emperor's death, the Qin dynasty collapsed. The speed of its fall revealed its core weakness. It had built obedience without consensus. What followed was not an immediate restoration of earlier systems. The early Han rulers inherited Qin institutions and faced a choice. They could dismantle the centralized state and return power to regional elites, or they could retain administrative control while softening its methods. They chose adaptation. Many Qin practices remained. Administrative districts continued. Legal codes were revised rather than abolished. Infrastructure was maintained. But enforcement changed. Punishments became less severe. Collective responsibility was reduced. Officials were encouraged to balance law with judgment. Most importantly, a new ideological framework emerged. Confucian thinkers, long sidelined, gained influence not because their ideas triumphed philosophically, but because they solved a practical problem. They offered a language of legitimacy. Confucianism emphasized hierarchy, ritual, and moral obligation. It framed obedience as ethical rather than coerced. It encouraged rulers to govern through example as well as law. This did not replace the state. It reshaped its justification. Legalist methods continued beneath Confucian language. Administration remained centralized. Taxes were collected. Labor was demanded, but the tone changed. Officials were expected to appear benevolent. Education emphasized classical texts. Moral discourse returned to public life. For ordinary people, life remained demanding, but less openly brutal. The state learned from Qin's failure. Power endured not because fear vanished, but because it was tempered. This synthesis, administrative control supported by moral ideology, would define imperial China for centuries. What Qin demonstrated was not simply how to unify territory. It demonstrated the limits of control without consent. And what followed was a refinement of this centralization, not a rejection. Under the early Han, the state did not retreat from people's lives, but its presence became less abrasive. For most households, daily life continued to revolve around agriculture. Fields were planted according to seasonal cycles that had changed little for generations. Millet, wheat, and rice depending on region. Tools were simple. Iron implements were becoming more common, but wooden handles and stone weights remained familiar. Oxen were valuable. Losing one could ruin a family for years. Villages were small and closely knit. Most people lived among those they had always known. Kinship mattered, but it was no longer the sole framework for obligation. Registration with the state placed individuals within a broader structure that extended beyond lineage. Households were counted. Land was surveyed. Taxes were assessed predictably rather than arbitrarily. This predictability mattered. Under kin rule, enforcement had been harsh and inflexible. Under the Han, officials were expected to account for circumstance. A poor harvest could be reported. Illness could be noted. Punishment was still real, but it was no longer automatic. Markets expanded steadily. Periodic markets drew traders from nearby regions. Salt, iron tools, cloth, pottery, and grain were exchanged. Coinage circulated more widely than before, though barter remained common. Prices fluctuated, but regulation limited extremes. Merchants occupied an ambiguous position. They were tolerated, sometimes encouraged, but rarely celebrated. Confucian moral hierarchy placed farmers above traders. Wealth earned through exchange was seen as less virtuous than wealth produced from land. Still, merchants moved goods that the empire depended on, and the state relied on them quietly. Roads made this possible. The infrastructure built under kin was maintained and extended. Stone-paved roads linked administrative centres. Postal stations allowed messages and officials to travel at regular intervals. Couriers carried documents sealed with official marks. Travel was slower than later periods but more reliable than in the past. For officials, daily life was structured around routine. Morning audiences, record review, dispute resolution. Paper did not yet exist. Writing was done on bamboo strips or wooden tablets, bound with cord. Documents were heavy and cumbersome. Offices stored vast quantities of records, stacked and labelled carefully. Literacy mattered deeply. Officials were trained not only to write, but to read classical texts aloud, to copy them accurately, and to interpret them according to accepted norms. Memorization was valued. Precision mattered. Education became a pathway to advancement. Schools attached to administrative centres trained young men in reading, ritual conduct, and moral reasoning. Advancement depended increasingly on learning rather than birth alone, though elite families retained advantages. Confucian texts shaped this education. The Analects, ritual manuals, historical records. These works emphasized proper conduct, restraint, and responsibility within hierarchy. They did not question authority. They explained it. For listeners living centuries later, it is tempting to see philosophy as abstract. In practice, it shaped posture, speech, and behavior. Officials were expected to speak calmly, avoid excess emotion, and defer publicly even when disagreeing privately. Punishment was framed as correction rather than domination. Rulers were urged to present themselves as moral exemplars. This did not mean rulers were gentle. It meant they were careful. Violence remained part of governance. Military conscription continued. Border campaigns were frequent. Labour obligations persisted. But the state learned to justify itself. Technology played a quiet but important role. Iron production expanded. Tools improved gradually rather than dramatically. Crossbows became standardized weapons. Casting techniques advanced. Agricultural productivity increased slowly, supporting population growth. Water management mattered enormously. Dikes, canals, and flood controls shaped entire regions. Their maintenance required coordination. Failure could destroy harvests and provoke unrest. Local officials were judged partly on their ability to manage water. Religion and ritual continued alongside administration. Household ancestral rites remained central. Seasonal ceremonies marked planting and harvest. The state sponsored rituals that emphasized cosmic order, linking the emperor's role to natural balance. Divination did not disappear. Oracle bones were no longer central, but other forms of prognostication persisted. Dreams, omens, unusual natural events were recorded and interpreted. These interpretations were folded into bureaucratic reports rather than treated as independent authority. The empire understood itself as orderly but fragile. Floods, famine, rebellion, and invasion were never far from memory. Stability was maintained through constant adjustment rather than rigid control. This was the lesson learned from Qin. Power had to be exercised continuously, but not mechanically. As generations passed, this balance shifted again and again. Strong rulers tightened control. Weak rulers delegated authority. Local elites gained influence. Central administration pushed back, but the framework endured. A centralized state, justified through moral language, supported by infrastructure, sustained by agriculture, and administered by trained officials. This was not inevitable. It was built deliberately, revised repeatedly, and maintained through effort. By the later Han, pressures would mount again. Population growth strained land, corruption increased. Court politics became unstable, military power drifted toward regional commanders. But for centuries, the structure held, not because it eliminated conflict, but because it absorbed it. For the people living within it, daily life was neither peaceful nor chaotic. It was steady. And that steadiness, maintained across vast distances and long generations, became one of the defining features of ancient China. Over time, the balance that had sustained the early Han became harder to maintain. Population growth placed steady pressure on land. Fields were divided repeatedly among heirs, reducing the size of workable plots. Marginal land was brought under cultivation, often at higher risk of flood or drought. When harvests failed, recovery was slower than before. Smallholders felt this strain first. Tax obligations did not disappear when yields fell. Labor requirements still had to be met. Families coped by borrowing grain, selling land, or entering into dependent relationships with larger estates. Over generations, this produced visible shifts in rural structure. Large, landholding families expanded quietly. They acquired land through purchase, debt settlement, or protection agreements. Peasants who could no longer sustain independent farming became tenants or retainers. In exchange for security, they surrendered autonomy. The state observed these changes, but struggled to intervene effectively. Land surveys were difficult to enforce. Local elites controlled information. Officials rotated frequently, limiting long-term oversight. Attempts to regulate estates met resistance from families who now possessed both economic and social influence. This altered the relationship between centre and locality. Where early Han administration had relied on direct oversight, later Han governance increasingly depended on cooperation with local elites. These families provided stability, collected taxes, and mediated disputes. In return, they gained influence and protection. Official authority became more uneven. In some regions, administrators maintained effective control. In others, power rested largely with established families who operated within imperial frameworks but prioritized local interests. Court politics reflected this tension. Imperial advisors debated how to restore balance. Some argued for renewed centralization, others emphasized moral reform among officials. Still others blamed corruption rather than structure. These debates did not occur in isolation. They were tied to practical concerns, tax shortfalls, military supply issues, regional unrest. Each proposal addressed symptoms differently, but rarely confronted underlying demographic and economic pressures. Military demands increased. Border defense remained a constant concern. Campaigns against nomadic confederations in the north required sustained resources. Garrisons were expensive to maintain. Soldiers were often stationed far from home for long periods. This strained rural communities further. Conscription removed labour during critical agricultural seasons. families compensated by working longer hours or relying on extended kin. Over time, resentment accumulated. At the same time, military commanders gained autonomy, distance from the capital limited oversight. Successful generals developed loyal followings. Local forces increasingly answered to commanders rather than administrators. The distinction between civil and military authority blurred. Natural disasters compounded these pressures. Floods along major rivers displaced entire populations. Droughts triggered famine. Relief efforts were uneven. Some regions received aid quickly, others waited too long or not at all. These events were recorded carefully. Officials submitted reports detailing rainfall, crop conditions, and population movement. These records reveal a system still functioning, but under growing strain. Administrative response existed, but capacity was limited. Religious and cosmological interpretation intensified. Unusual events were read as signs of imbalance. Officials debated whether disasters reflected moral failure at court. The emperor's conduct was scrutinized. Ritual adjustments were proposed. This did not mean belief replaced governance. It meant meaning was sought alongside explanation. People needed to understand why hardship persisted. Moral language provided a framework for endurance. Local religious movements grew in prominence. Healers, ritual specialists, and charismatic figures offered alternatives to official relief. They promised protection, healing, or cosmic alignment. These movements often emerged where administrative presence was weakest. The state viewed them cautiously. Some were tolerated, others were suppressed. The distinction depended on scale and perceived threat rather than doctrine. By the later Han, administrative coherence varied dramatically across regions. Some areas remained orderly, taxed and governed. Others operated semi-autonomously. The empire still existed, but its uniformity weakened. This fragmentation did not lead to an immediate end of imperial rule. Administrative routines continued. Officials were appointed. Taxes were collected, though unevenly. Legal cases were heard. Ritual life proceeded according to established calendars. For most people, daily existence still revolved around farming, household labor, seasonal markets, and local obligations. What changed was not the presence of the state, but its consistency. In some regions, imperial authority remained visible and effective. In others, governance relied increasingly on local families who mediated between households and officials. These arrangements were often informal, shaped by long-standing relationships rather than explicit policy. The imperial court retained symbolic importance. Its rituals, proclamations, and appointments continued to define legitimacy. Even where enforcement was weak, recognition from the center still mattered. Titles, seals, and official ranks retained their value, particularly among elite families. At the same time, the gap between policy and practice widened. Edicts issued in the capital did not always translate into action at the local level. Transportation delays, incomplete reporting, and selective enforcement shaped outcomes. This was not unique to the Han, but the scale of the empire made coordination increasingly difficult. Economic pressures remained unevenly distributed. Some households adapted successfully, consolidating land and labor. Others remained vulnerable to poor harvests and debt. These disparities were visible, but not always confrontational. In many areas, they were absorbed into existing social hierarchies, rather than openly challenged. Military organization reflected similar patterns. Commanders operated within imperial frameworks, but practical authority depended on local conditions. Loyalty was shaped as much by personal relationships and material provision as by formal rank. This reduced the predictability of imperial control without eliminating it. Contemporary observers were aware of these conditions. Memorials, histories, and philosophical writings from the period describe concerns about corruption, imbalance, and declining standards among officials. These texts do not suggest ignorance of systemic strain, but uncertainty about how it could be addressed without destabilizing the order that still functioned. The Han political system was not abandoned. Its institutions continued to structure governance, law, and moral education. Later regimes would inherit many of its practices, adapting them to new circumstances rather than discarding them entirely. By the end of the dynasty, the empire remained recognizable, but less uniform than before. Authority varied by region. Resources were unevenly distributed. Local autonomy had increased, often out of necessity rather than rebellion. These conditions shaped the conflicts and realignments that followed. The period that came after was not experienced as a keen break. For many communities, change unfolded gradually, shaped by the same pressures that had accumulated over generations. Administrative habits, social expectations, and cultural frameworks persisted even as political control shifted. Understanding the later Han, in this way, reveals continuity as much as disruption. It shows how long imperial systems can endure under strain, adapting unevenly, and how their influence can persist beyond the lifespan of a single dynasty. Over time, the political order established under the Western Zhou no longer functioned as it had been intended. The Zhou kings still existed, and ritual language continued to frame them as the apex of authority, but real power had shifted outward. Regional lords, once bound by kinship ties and ritual obligation, now governed their territories with increasing independence. Warfare between states became more frequent, more organized, and more destructive. Campaigns were no longer occasional ritualized encounters. They were sustained conflicts aimed at territorial control, population capture, and resource extraction. This shift altered everyday life across much of northern China. Villages that had once been tied loosely to aristocratic estates were drawn more directly into state systems. Households were registered, fields were surveyed, labor obligations were recorded more systematically. In some regions, peasants were relocated to support new defensive works, irrigation systems, or frontier settlements. These changes were not uniform, but the direction was clear. States sought tighter control over land and people. Agricultural practices intensified during this period. Iron tools became more common, though bronze remained important for ritual and elite use. Iron plowshares, sickles, and spades allowed heavier soils to be worked more efficiently. This supported population growth, but it also increased demands on farmers, who now faced higher expectations for surplus production to support armies and administrators. At the same time, warfare itself changed in character. Earlier Zhou conflicts had emphasized chariot warfare, which favored aristocratic elites trained from youth in ritualized combat. By the late Zhou period, infantry forces expanded dramatically. States fielded large numbers of foot soldiers drawn from the farming population. Massed formations, discipline, and logistics became more important than individual noble prowess. Crossbows appeared, requiring training but offering significant advantages in range and power. These developments reduced the military dominance of hereditary aristocracies. Command increasingly depended on skill, organization, and loyalty to the state rather than lineage alone. Some states began promoting men of lower status into military and administrative roles, particularly when they demonstrated competence. This shift did not eliminate aristocratic privilege, but it weakened its exclusivity. Administrative practices grew more complex alongside military expansion. Written records became essential. Bamboo strips were used to record census data, tax obligations, legal cases, and military orders. Literacy spread among officials and scribes, though it remained limited to a small segment of the population. Writing was practical before it was philosophical. It served the needs of governance long before it was used to preserve abstract thought. Law codes also became more explicit during this period. Rather than relying solely on customary norms enforced by local elites, several states promulgated written laws with defined penalties. These laws emphasized uniformity and predictability. Punishments were often severe, reflecting the pressures of constant warfare and internal competition. The goal was not moral education, but control. For ordinary people, this meant a more intrusive state presence. Households were monitored more closely. Collective responsibility systems made families accountable for one another's behavior. Failure to meet labor quotas or tax obligations could result in punishment not just for individuals, but for entire groups. At the same time, some states offered limited protections, such as standardized measures or clearer land rights, in order to stabilize production. Religious and ritual life continued, but it adapted to changing conditions. Ancestral sacrifices remained central to elite identity. Lineage temples persisted, though their political role diminished as states centralized authority. Divination practices, including those associated with oracle bones, had largely faded by this period, replaced by other forms of prognostication and ritual consultation. The emphasis shifted away from direct communication with ancestors and toward maintaining cosmic balance through correct performance of rites. The concept of heaven, or Tien, remained important, but its interpretation evolved. Earlier Zhou ideology had emphasized the mandate of heaven as a justification for dynastic rule. In the late Zhou period, this idea became more abstract and contested. Heaven was no longer simply a divine sponsor of kings. It became a moral force that could withdraw favor from rulers who failed to govern effectively. This belief did not constrain rulers directly, but it shaped how legitimacy was discussed and challenged. As competition between states intensified, rulers searched for practical solutions to survival. They experimented with reforms in taxation, land distribution, military organization, and legal administration. Some of these reforms were short-lived, others reshaped entire regions. The cumulative effect was a transformation of political life from a kin-based order to one increasingly defined by territory, bureaucracy, and impersonal authority. It was within this environment that new forms of thought began to circulate. These ideas did not emerge in isolation. They were responses to lived conditions, constant warfare, social mobility, administrative expansion, and moral uncertainty. Thinkers traveled between courts, offering advice to rulers and competing visions of order. Their influence depended less on abstract truth than on whether their ideas could help states endure. Before turning to those thinkers directly, it is necessary to understand the social ground from which they emerged. By the 5th century BCE, much of northern China was organized into competing territorial states. Their populations were larger, more regulated, and more militarized than in earlier centuries. Authority was increasingly centralized, but instability remained constant. Life for most people was structured by agricultural labor, seasonal rhythms, and state demands, with little expectation of personal autonomy. This was the world in which Confucius lived, traveled, and taught. By the 5th century BCE, the Zhou world had fractured beyond repair. What remained was no longer a loose network of ritual obligations, but a landscape dominated by powerful territorial states. These states varied in size and strength, but they shared common pressures: the need to defend borders, feed large populations, mobilize armies, and extract reliable revenue. Survival depended on organization. This environment reshaped everyday life in ways that were often subtle but cumulative. Most people lived in rural settlements, organized around agriculture. Fields were typically worked by household units rather than extended kin groups, reflecting a gradual shift away from older lineage-based landholding. In many regions, land was allocated or reassigned by the state, sometimes redistributed following conquest or reform. This tied farmers more directly to political authority than in earlier centuries. Agricultural calendars became more standardized. States promoted specific planting schedules and crop choices to maximize yields. Millet remained important in the north, while wheat cultivation expanded gradually. Irrigation projects increased in scale, particularly in areas controlled by ambitious states seeking to support larger populations. These projects required coordinated labor, often organized through corvée obligations imposed on rural households. For farmers, this meant increased productivity alongside increased surveillance. Households were counted, registered, and categorized. Census records listed names, ages, and obligations. These records were not static, they were updated as people moved, married, or died. Mobility existed, but it was constrained. Leaving one's registered area without permission could result in punishment. Taxation expanded in both scope and consistency. In earlier periods, tribute had often been negotiated through local elites. During the Warring States era, taxes were assessed more directly by the state. Grain levies, labor service, and military conscription were all formalized. Failure to comply carried defined penalties. Enforcement relied less on personal relationships and more on written regulations. Written administration became central to governance. Bamboo strip documents, recorded land assignments, legal cases, military orders, and supply inventories. Officials were trained to read and write these records, and accuracy mattered. Errors could disrupt logistics or provoke punishment. Writing was no longer primarily a ritual tool. It was an instrument of control. Law codes reflected this shift. Several states promulgated detailed legal statutes outlining offences and penalties. These laws emphasized uniformity. Status mattered, but less than before. The law applied to commoners and elites alike, though enforcement remained uneven. Punishments were often harsh, including mutilation, forced labor, or death. The goal was deterrence, not moral rehabilitation. This legal environment altered social behavior. People learned to navigate rules carefully. Informal negotiation gave way to procedural compliance. At the same time, legal systems created new opportunities for advancement. Men who understood law and administration could gain positions within the state, regardless of noble birth. This did not eliminate hierarchy, but it reshaped it. Military organization mirrored these administrative changes. Armies grew larger and more disciplined. Infantry units replaced chariot-based forces as the backbone of warfare. Soldiers were trained in formation fighting, signaling, and coordinated movement. Equipment was standardized. States maintained arsenals and supply depots to support prolonged campaigns. The crossbow became increasingly significant. Unlike earlier weapons, it required less physical strength and could be taught systematically. This allowed states to train large numbers of soldiers quickly. Battlefield tactics shifted accordingly. Warfare became less ceremonial and more destructive, aimed at breaking enemy capacity rather than asserting symbolic dominance. Civilians were deeply affected by this militarization. Campaigns devastated farmland. Populations were displaced. Captured communities were resettled or absorbed into new administrative units. Entire regions experienced cycles of destruction and reconstruction. For many households, security depended on the strength of their state rather than local ties. Urban centers expanded during this period. Capitals grew as administrative hubs rather than purely ritual spaces. They housed officials, scribes, artisans, and soldiers. Markets operated under state supervision. Weights and measures were standardized to facilitate taxation and trade. Coinage appeared in some regions, though barter remained common. Life within these cities was structured and regulated. Curfews, patrols, and gate controls were common. Movement was monitored. Public works projects reshaped urban space, including walls, roads, and storage facilities. Cities were not places of individual freedom, but nodes of state power. Religious practice continued, but its political role shifted. Ancestral rituals remained important for elite households, but they no longer defined political authority. State rituals focused increasingly on collective ceremonies aimed at securing cosmic order and agricultural success. Sacrifices to heaven and earth emphasized harmony and stability rather than lineage prestige. The concept of heaven remained influential but ambiguous. Heaven was understood as a moral force rather than a personal deity. Its favor was inferred from outcomes rather than revelations. Natural disasters, military defeat, or social unrest were interpreted as signs of imbalance. This belief did not constrain rulers directly, but it provided language for criticism and reform. Within this context, uncertainty became a constant condition of life. Old hierarchies no longer guaranteed stability. New systems demanded obedience, but offered limited protection. Success depended increasingly on adaptability, discipline, and alignment with state priorities. For many people, this meant quiet endurance rather than resistance. At the same time, this instability created space for new ideas. Men traveled between states offering advice on governance, warfare, ritual, and ethics. Their audiences were rulers and officials seeking practical solutions. Ideas circulated not as abstract systems, but as responses to immediate problems: how to maintain order, how to recruit loyal officials, how to justify authority in a world where tradition no longer sufficed. These thinkers did not emerge outside history. They were shaped by the pressures of administration, warfare, and social change. Their arguments reflected lived realities: population management, legal enforcement, military discipline, and moral uncertainty. Philosophy, in this setting, was inseparable from governance. Before examining individual figures or schools of thought, it is important to recognize this foundation. By the time figures like Confucius entered the historical record, China was already a world of competing states, bureaucratic systems, and regulated lives. The questions they addressed were not theoretical curiosities. They were attempts to make sense of a society under constant strain. As mentioned earlier, Confucius was born into this fractured world around the middle of the 6th century BCE, during a time when the authority of the Zhou kings had become largely symbolic. He did not grow up in an age of stability, nor did he inherit power. His family belonged to the lower ranks of the aristocracy in the state of Lu, a region already marked by internal factionalism and political tension. Lu preserved Zhou ritual traditions more carefully than many other states, but this preservation was selective. Ceremonies continued, titles remained, and ancestral rights were maintained. Yet real political authority lay increasingly with powerful families and military leaders rather than hereditary rulers. For someone born into minor nobility, this created an ambiguous position, educated enough to understand ritual ideals, but excluded from the power structures that once upheld them. Confucius's early life was shaped by this contradiction. He received a classical education that emphasized ritual practice, music, historical precedent, and moral cultivation. These disciplines were not abstract. Ritual governed social interaction, determined political legitimacy, and structured obligations between ruler and subject. Music was associated with harmony and emotional regulation. History offered examples of order and collapse, success and failure, but Confucius did not inherit office or land. Like many educated men of his generation, he entered adulthood without a secure role. He worked in minor administrative positions, managing grain stores and livestock, tasks that required precision, record-keeping, and accountability. These roles placed him inside the machinery of the state without granting influence over its direction. This experience mattered. Confucius understood administration from within. He saw how law was applied unevenly, how ritual could be performed without sincerity, and how political ambition often displaced ethical restraint. His ideas did not emerge from detachment. They emerged from proximity to systems that functioned but felt hollow. The social world Confucius inhabited was increasingly governed by written law and bureaucratic procedure. Yet these mechanisms alone did not produce loyalty or trust. Officials obeyed out of fear. Soldiers fought for reward or survival. Alliances shifted rapidly. Stability was temporary. Confucius identified a problem that was widely felt but poorly articulated. States could compel behavior, but they could not shape character. They could punish disobedience, but they could not cultivate restraint. Order existed, but it was brittle. It depended on constant enforcement rather than internalized norms. His response was not to reject law or administration. Instead, he turned toward older concepts, ritual, propriety, and moral cultivation, and reinterpreted them for a new age. Ritual, in his view, was not valuable because it preserved tradition, but because it trained behavior. Proper conduct, practiced consistently, shaped relationships and expectations. It reduced the need for coercion. This was not nostalgia. Confucius did not argue for a return to an earlier political system. He understood that the Zhou order could not be restored in its original form. The scale of states had grown too large. Populations were too mobile. Warfare was too destructive. What he sought was a way to stabilize society within existing structures. Central to this vision was the role of the cultivated official. Confucius believed that governance depended less on law and punishment than on example. A ruler who embodied restraint, fairness, and ritual propriety could influence behavior throughout the social hierarchy. Officials trained in these values would carry them into administration. Over time, norms would reinforce themselves. This idea appealed to men like Confucius because it offered a path to relevance. Moral cultivation became a form of capital. Knowledge of ritual, history, and ethical conduct could justify participation in governance, even without noble lineage. In this sense, Confucian thought aligned with broader social shifts already underway. Education, once restricted to aristocratic households, was becoming more accessible to those who could afford time and instruction. Teaching emerged as a profession. Confucius himself traveled between states offering counsel, instruction, and moral critique. His audience was not the general population. It was rulers, ministers, and aspiring officials. His conversations focused on loyalty, duty, hierarchy, and restraint. He did not question the existence of authority. He questioned how authority should be exercised. Confucius's emphasis on filial piety reflected lived realities. Family remained the primary unit of social organization. Households managed labor, inheritance, and moral instruction. Loyalty learned at home translated into loyalty toward superiors. Order at the smallest scale reinforced. Order at the largest. This logic mirrored administrative practice. Just as households were registered and taxed, officials were ranked and evaluated. Confucian ethics mapped moral responsibility onto these existing structures rather than opposing them. Yet Confucius was not widely successful during his lifetime. He held office briefly, but his reforms were limited. Rulers listened respectfully, but often chose more immediate, coercive solutions. Law and military force produced faster results than moral cultivation. Confucius spent much of his later life teaching, rather than governing. His influence grew slowly, transmitted through students rather than decrees. His ideas circulated alongside many others in an environment saturated with debate. He was one voice among many responding to the same historical pressures. What distinguished Confucian thought was its integration of ethics with administration. It did not retreat into mysticism. It did not advocate withdrawal from political life. It accepted the reality of hierarchy and state power, while attempting to soften its edges through cultivated behavior. At the same time, other thinkers drew very different conclusions from the same conditions. Some argued that moral appeals were ineffective. Others believed that order could only be maintained through strict law and punishment. Still others questioned whether political engagement itself was desirable. These competing responses would soon be articulated more clearly as distinct traditions. For now, what matters is the context. Confucius did not invent philosophy in a vacuum. He responded to a world defined by bureaucratic expansion, legal enforcement, military competition, and social instability. His ideas reflected both the constraints and possibilities of that world. As the Warring States period continued, these pressures intensified. States grew larger, laws became harsher, warfare escalated, and alongside Confucian ethics, alternative ways of thinking about order, authority, and human nature began to take shape. The next stage of this history unfolds through those competing responses, each grounded in the same material conditions, but offering different solutions to the same enduring problem: how to govern people in a world where tradition no longer guarantees obedience. By the late 8th and early 7th centuries BCE, the Zhou world had become fragmented in ways that were no longer reversible through ritual adjustment alone. Regional rulers still used Zhou titles, still performed Zhou ceremonies, and still claimed continuity with the old order. But the substance beneath those forms had changed. Authority now depended less on inherited status and more on a ruler's ability to mobilize land, labor, and armed force. This shift altered how states were governed and how people experienced power in their daily lives. The old aristocratic order had relied on lineage ties and personal obligation. Offices were inherited. Military service was organized around noble families who supplied retainers and chariots. Land was nominally held within a ritual framework, divided and redistributed according to custom rather than market exchange. These arrangements assumed stability. Once that stability broke down, the system began to work against itself. As warfare became more frequent and more demanding, rulers needed larger armies than aristocratic households could supply. Chariot warfare, which favored elite lineages, gradually gave way to infantry formations that required thousands of common soldiers. These men had to be equipped, fed, trained, and kept under control. That, in turn, required new forms of taxation, registration, and administration. Peasant households felt these changes directly. Land was surveyed more systematically. Taxes were assessed more regularly. Labor obligations became harder to avoid. In some regions, families were resettled or reorganized to increase agricultural output and ensure predictable levies. What had once been mediated through local elites now reached directly into village life. At the same time, warfare reshaped the political map. Smaller states were absorbed or destroyed. Larger states expanded through conquest rather than inheritance. Borders shifted repeatedly. Populations moved, sometimes voluntarily, sometimes under compulsion. Captives were taken, resettled, or enslaved. The idea that political order rested on ancestral precedent became harder to sustain in a world where entire lineages could be erased in a single campaign. Rulers responded pragmatically. They experimented. Some attempted to preserve older norms by strengthening ritual authority and moral education. Others pursued more direct methods, focusing on law, punishment, and centralized control. Most combined elements of both, adjusting policy in response to immediate pressures rather than abstract principles. This period also saw a marked increase in record-keeping. Administrative documents multiplied, legal cases were written down. Land registers and census records became more detailed. Writing, once largely confined to ritual and elite communication, became a practical tool of governance. Literacy remained limited, but those who possessed it gained influence disproportionate to their social origin. The spread of writing altered how decisions were made. Instructions could be standardized. Orders could be transmitted without relying solely on personal authority. Precedents could be cited. Disputes could be recorded and reviewed. Over time, this reduced the importance of aristocratic mediation and increased the power of officials who understood administrative procedure. It was within this environment that thinkers like Confucius operated, as mentioned earlier. His concern with ritual, hierarchy, and moral cultivation reflected a genuine attempt to stabilize a world he saw slipping toward disorder. But his approach was only one among several, and at this stage it did not dominate political practice. Other responses moved in different directions. Some thinkers argued that the problem lay not in moral decline, but in excessive intervention. They questioned whether constant regulation and ambition had themselves produced instability. These ideas, later associated with Taoist texts, favored withdrawal, simplicity, and alignment with natural processes. They were attractive to individuals disillusioned with court politics, but they offered little guidance for rulers facing immediate military threats. More influential in practice were approaches that emphasized law and enforcement over moral persuasion. Administrators in several states began to articulate systems in which clear rules, fixed rewards, and predictable punishments replaced personal judgment. In these systems, obedience mattered more than intention, and uniform application mattered more than tradition. These methods were not philosophical abstractions. They were responses to concrete problems: desertion, tax evasion, corruption, and rebellion. Where ritual authority failed to compel compliance, law backed by force often succeeded. Daily life under these emerging systems became more regulated. Farmers were tied more closely to their land. Movement between regions was restricted. Households were grouped into units responsible for one another's behavior. Failure by one member could bring punishment on others. This collective responsibility encouraged surveillance and discouraged resistance, but it also bred resentment. Despite these pressures, life did not become uniformly bleak. Agricultural productivity increased in many areas. Iron tools spread, improving efficiency. Irrigation projects expanded arable land. Markets grew, facilitating exchange beyond local communities. For many families, material conditions improved even as obligations increased. The tension between rising productivity and tightening control defined the period. By the 5th century BCE, the Zhou world had transformed into a competitive landscape of powerful states, each pursuing survival through reform. No single approach had yet proven decisive. Moral persuasion, ritual authority, legal enforcement, and military innovation coexisted uneasily, tested repeatedly by war and internal strain. This was not a linear progression toward empire. It was a prolonged period of experimentation in which states borrowed from one another, adapted policies, abandoned failed reforms, and tried again. The consequences of these experiments would not become fully clear until one state succeeded where others did not. For now, ancient China remained divided, dynamic, and unsettled, its future shaped less by inherited tradition than by the practical demands of governing an increasingly complex world. By the 5th century BCE, the political landscape of northern and central China had narrowed into a smaller number of powerful states. The earlier patchwork of Zhou-affiliated polities had been reduced through conquest, absorption, and reform. What remained were states large enough to sustain standing armies, complex administrations, and long-term strategies. This period is conventionally known as the Warring States, not because warfare was new, but because it became continuous, organized, and decisive. War was no longer seasonal or symbolic. Campaigns aimed at territorial control rather than ritual submission. Victory meant annexation, population transfer, and administrative takeover. Defeat often meant the disappearance of a state altogether. To survive, rulers reshaped their governments. Military organization changed first. Armies expanded dramatically in size, relying on infantry rather than aristocratic chariot forces. Soldiers were drawn from registered households, trained systematically, and commanded by officers appointed for competence rather than lineage. Promotion increasingly depended on performance in battle. This created new paths to status for commoners, while weakening the political role of hereditary elites. Supplying these armies required deep changes in agriculture and taxation. States invested heavily in land clearance, irrigation, and iron tools to increase output. Fields were surveyed and registered. Taxes were assessed directly by the state rather than through noble intermediaries. Grain storage became a strategic concern, with state granaries established to support campaigns and buffer shortages. Administrative centralization followed. Officials were appointed, evaluated, and dismissed by the ruler or his immediate agents. Written law codes defined offences and penalties with increasing precision. Punishment was standardized, reducing discretion at the local level. These measures made governance more predictable, but also more intrusive. For ordinary people, life became tightly structured around state demands. Households were organized into mutual responsibility groups. Military service was compulsory. Labor obligations were clearly defined and difficult to evade. Travel required permission. At the same time, state protection became more tangible. Roads were maintained. Markets were regulated. In some regions, legal procedures offered clearer avenues for resolving disputes than older customary practices. These reforms were unevenly applied, but their overall direction was similar across competing states. Each borrowed from others, adapting policies that appeared effective. Success on the battlefield reinforced administrative models. Failure prompted revision. Ideas circulated alongside armies. Thinkers moved between courts, offering advice on governance, law, and strategy. Their arguments were practical, not abstract. They addressed immediate problems: how to motivate soldiers, how to prevent corruption, how to secure loyalty, how to outproduce rivals. Philosophical schools formed less as unified traditions than as clusters of shared concerns. Confucian thinkers emphasized moral cultivation, ritual discipline, and the training of officials who could govern through example. Their influence remained limited at this stage, in part because their solutions required time and stability that few states possessed. Taoist texts articulated skepticism toward aggressive intervention and bureaucratic overreach. They questioned whether relentless competition itself generated disorder. These ideas resonated with individuals exhausted by war, but they offered little guidance for rulers fighting for survival. Legalist approaches, by contrast, aligned closely with the needs of the moment. By emphasizing law, reward, punishment, and centralized authority, they provided rulers with tools to mobilize populations efficiently and suppress dissent. These methods were harsh, but effective in the short term. Several states adopted legalist reforms in varying degrees. Among them, Qin stood out. Located on the western frontier, Qin had long been regarded as culturally peripheral by eastern states. Its distance from the Zhou heartland allowed it to experiment more freely. Over generations, Qin rulers implemented sweeping reforms that broke aristocratic power, standardized administration, and rewarded military success directly. Land was redistributed to productive households. Titles were granted for battlefield achievement rather than birth. Law was enforced uniformly. Dissent was punished decisively. These measures generated resistance, but they also produced results. Qin armies became disciplined, well-supplied, and relentless. Other states recognized the threat but struggled to match Qin's internal coherence. Their reforms were often compromised by entrenched elites or internal divisions. Alliances formed and collapsed. Diplomacy delayed conflict but rarely prevented it. The scale of violence increased. Campaigns devastated entire regions. Cities were besieged and destroyed. Populations were relocated. The human cost was enormous, though unevenly distributed. Some areas prospered under stable administration. Others were repeatedly ravaged. Despite the destruction, cultural and intellectual life did not collapse. On the contrary, this period produced many of the texts and ideas that would later define Chinese thought. The pressures of war forced reflection on order, authority, and human behavior. Writing expanded further. Archives grew. Officials documented decisions in unprecedented detail. By the late 3rd century BCE, the balance had shifted decisively. Qin's military and administrative advantages accumulated over time. One rival after another fell. Resistance became fragmented. What had once been a competitive system of states narrowed toward a single outcome. Unification was approaching, not as an abstract goal, but as the byproduct of sustained structural advantage. That outcome would bring an end to the warring states period, but not to the tensions it had created. The systems that enabled conquest would shape what followed, for better and for worse. For most people living during the warring states period, politics was not experienced as ideology or strategy, but as routine obligation. Power was felt through schedules, quotas, inspections, and the steady presence of state demands woven into ordinary life. The basic unit of society remained the household. Most households were agricultural, tied to plots of land that were now more carefully measured and recorded than in earlier centuries. Fields were surveyed, boundaries marked, and output estimated. In many regions, land that had once been worked under customary arrangements was reassigned under new systems that linked ownership or tenure directly to productivity and compliance. Farmers worked longer and more predictably than before. Planting and harvest cycles were closely watched by officials because grain was the foundation of both taxation and military supply. A poor harvest affected not only local survival, but a state's ability to wage war. As a result, irrigation projects expanded. Canals were dug, embankments reinforced, and drainage systems maintained through compulsory labor. These labor obligations were not occasional. Households were expected to contribute days or weeks of work each year to state projects. Roads, walls, fortifications, and granaries required constant maintenance. Failure to appear when summoned could bring fines or corporal punishment. Compliance was tracked, recorded, and enforced. Military service was another constant presence. Able-bodied men were registered and liable for conscription. Training was standardized. Weapons were issued according to state specifications. Soldiers were grouped into units that mixed men from different villages, weakening local ties and reinforcing loyalty to command structures rather than lineage. For many families, the absence of adult men during campaigns placed additional strain on those left behind. Fields still had to be worked. Taxes still had to be paid. In some cases, households were reorganized or combined to ensure obligations were met. The state did not adjust its expectations to accommodate hardship. Obligation was collective and inflexible. Mutual responsibility systems reinforced this pressure. Groups of households were held accountable for one another's behavior. If one member failed to meet obligations, others could be punished in their place. This encouraged surveillance within communities. Neighbors monitored neighbors, not out of loyalty to the state, but out of fear of shared consequences. Markets expanded during this period, but they operated under regulation. Trade was permitted, even encouraged, because it facilitated the movement of goods and stabilized supply. At the same time, prices, weights, and measures were increasingly standardized. In some states, merchants were registered and taxed. Certain forms of trade were restricted or monopolized by the state, particularly those connected to salt, iron, or weapons. Artisans experienced both opportunity and constraint. Demand for tools, weapons, carts, armor, and agricultural implements grew. Skilled labor was valuable. Some craftsmen gained state patronage and relative security. Others were conscripted into workshops producing goods exclusively for military use. Movement between states was sometimes restricted to prevent the loss of expertise. Housing and settlement patterns shifted as well. In regions exposed to frequent conflict, villages were fortified or relocated closer to administrative centers. City walls expanded. Defensive towers multiplied. Urban populations grew as officials, soldiers, and specialists concentrated around seats of power. Rural life did not disappear, but it became more closely tied to urban administration. Law was present everywhere, not as abstract principle, but as visible consequence. Written codes defined offences clearly. Punishments were severe and public. Amputation, branding, forced labour, and execution were used to deter non-compliance. The goal was not moral reform, but predictability. People were expected to understand the cost of disobedience and adjust their behaviour accordingly. This environment shaped social relationships. Trust narrowed. Kinship ties remained important, but they were increasingly mediated by state structures. Marriage, inheritance, and household division were influenced by registration requirements and tax considerations. Families adapted pragmatically, balancing tradition against necessity. Education during this period was uneven. Formal instruction was largely confined to elite families and those preparing for administrative roles. However, practical literacy expanded. Officials, clerks, and record keepers required basic competence in reading and writing. Documents circulated more widely. Contracts, registers, and legal decisions became part of everyday governance. Religion and ritual continued, but their public role shifted. Local cults persisted. Ancestral rites remained central to household identity. At the same time, state-sponsored ritual emphasized loyalty, order, and hierarchy. Public ceremonies reinforced authority rather than cosmological harmony. The sacred was not abandoned, but it was increasingly subordinated to administrative function. Despite the pressures, life was not defined solely by fear. Periods of stability allowed communities to recover and adapt. Increased agricultural output supported population growth in some regions. Trade connected distant areas. Cultural exchange intensified as people moved through armies, markets, and courts. What distinguished the warring states from earlier periods was not constant chaos, but sustained intensity. There was little respite from obligation. Every household existed within a system designed to extract labour, grain, and service as efficiently as possible. The state was present not as an occasional force, but as a continuous structure shaping daily choices. This way of life did not emerge overnight. It developed through repeated reforms, each responding to immediate pressures, each narrowing the space for autonomy. By the time unification approached, many people were already living under conditions that resembled imperial rule, even though no empire yet existed. When unification finally came, it did not impose an entirely new order. It consolidated one that had already been built through decades of war, administration, and adaptation. For people living under Qin expansion, unification did not arrive as a single announcement or turning point. It unfolded unevenly through changes in command, registration, and obligation that often looked similar to what they had already experienced under earlier regimes. When Qin armies entered a region, the immediate concern was control. Garrisons were established at key points, city gates, granaries, river crossings, and administrative centres. Weapons were confiscated from the population. Registers were revised. Officials loyal to the defeated state were removed or reassigned, sometimes retained temporarily if they proved cooperative and competent. For ordinary households, the most visible change was administrative. Land was remeasured. Tax assessments were recalculated. Household registrations were rewritten to reflect Qin categories rather than local ones. Names, ages, occupations, and family relationships were recorded in standardized formats. These records determined tax rates, labor obligations, and eligibility for military service. This process was intrusive, but not unfamiliar. Many people had already lived through similar reforms under their former rulers. What distinguished Qin administration was its consistency. Rules were applied uniformly, with less tolerance for local variation. Appeals to custom or precedent carried little weight. Compliance mattered more than explanation. Movement became more tightly regulated. Travel between districts required permission. Refugees from war zones were resettled deliberately, often moved to areas where labor was needed or where population density was low. Entire communities were relocated to break local power networks and prevent rebellion. For those affected, this meant abandoning ancestral land and adapting to unfamiliar surroundings under close supervision. Labor demands remained heavy. Qin invested extensively in infrastructure, not only for defense but for integration. Roads were expanded and straightened to allow rapid troop movement and communication. Fortifications were repaired or rebuilt. Standardized carts required uniform road widths. These projects relied on conscripted labor, drawn from registered households across the empire. Punishment was swift and visible. Qin law emphasized deterrence through certainty rather than severity alone. Sentences were carried out publicly. Forced labor was common, particularly for those convicted of lesser offenses. Penal colonies supplied manpower for construction and state workshops. The boundary between criminal punishment and economic exploitation was narrow. Despite this harshness, Qin rule also brought stability. Warfare ceased in many regions. Fields were no longer trampled by passing armies. Trade routes reopened. Markets functioned more predictably. Grain transport was organized at scale, reducing the risk of famine in some areas. For households exhausted by decades of conflict, the absence of constant war mattered. Standardization affected daily life in subtle ways. Weights and measures were unified, simplifying trade, but eliminating local systems. Coinage became more uniform. Writing was standardized, reducing regional variation in script. For officials and clerks, this made administration more efficient. For common people, it meant adapting to unfamiliar conventions imposed from above. Ritual and ideology were not central concerns for Qin governance. The state did not attempt to cultivate moral loyalty in the Confucian sense. Obedience was enforced through law and surveillance. Loyalty was assumed to follow from predictability and control. This approach minimized ambiguity, but left little room for negotiation. Resistance did not disappear. Some communities resisted quietly through evasion, delay, or falsified records. Others rebelled openly when pressures became intolerable. Qin responded decisively. Rebellions were crushed, leaders executed, populations punished collectively. The memory of these responses circulated widely, discouraging further resistance. For soldiers, unification changed the nature of service. Campaigns shifted from conquest to policing and border defense. Veterans were settled on land or reassigned. Military merit remained a path to status, but opportunities narrowed as expansion ended. Some soldiers benefited from land grants. Others struggled to adapt to peacetime roles under strict supervision. The state's reach extended into family life. Inheritance practices were shaped by registration rules. Household division required approval. Marriage arrangements could be affected by tax status and labor obligations. Families adjusted pragmatically, sometimes delaying formal division to reduce burden, sometimes restructuring to meet quotas more efficiently. The Qin system demanded constant attention from its subjects. Rules were clear but unforgiving. Errors carried consequences. Over time, this produced compliance, but also fatigue. The system functioned best when pressure was continuous and resources abundant. It was less resilient to disruption. When the Qin founder died, the structures he had built remained intact, but the balance sustaining them weakened. Court politics destabilized succession. Corruption increased. Enforcement grew harsher as confidence declined. The same mechanisms that had ensured control during expansion now magnified discontent. Rebellion followed quickly. For those living under Qin rule, its collapse was as abrupt as its rise. Garrisons withdrew or defected, registers lost authority, local leaders reasserted influence, violence returned, though unevenly. The empire dissolved not because its system failed to function, but because it proved too rigid to absorb political instability at the center. Yet the Qin legacy did not vanish. The administrative tools it developed, the standardizations it imposed, and the expectations it created shaped what followed. When the Han emerged from the chaos, it did not dismantle the Qin system. It inherited it, modified it, and softened its edges. For ordinary people, this continuity mattered more than dynastic names. The structures governing land, labor, and law persisted even as rhetoric shifted. The experience of Qin rule had demonstrated both the power and the cost of centralized control. What followed under the Han would not return China to an earlier world. It would build upon the one that war and unification had already created. When Qin authority collapsed, it did not leave behind an empty landscape. The systems that had organized land, labor, and administration remained in place, even as control fragmented. Local officials continued to rely on registers, tax expectations persisted, military units shifted allegiance rather than dissolving. For most people, daily life did not suddenly change direction. It became uncertain, uneven, and locally contingent. The wars that followed Qin's fall were disruptive, but shorter than the conflicts that had preceded unification. Competing leaders drew on Qin institutions rather than dismantling them. They recruited from existing administrative networks, used standardized measures, and relied on familiar systems of conscription and supply. What differed was the looseness of enforcement and the variability of local authority. When the Han founder eventually emerged victorious, he inherited a population that had already lived under centralized rule and survived its collapse. His challenge was not to create order from scratch, but to make existing structures tolerable enough to endure. Early Han governance was shaped by restraint. Taxes were reduced, labor obligations were eased, punishments were moderated. Some laws were revised to allow greater discretion at the local level. These changes were not driven by philosophical commitment alone, but by necessity. The population was depleted. Fields lay fallow in some regions. Excessive pressure risked renewed rebellion. For farming households, this shift was tangible. Tax assessments became lighter. Corvée labor was less frequent. In some areas, families reclaimed abandoned land or expanded cultivation into marginal fields. Agricultural recovery became a priority, not only for subsistence, but for state revenue. At the same time, the Han did not abandon Qin administrative practices. Registers were maintained, census taking continued, officials were appointed through centralized channels. Law remained written and systematic, even when enforcement softened. The basic framework of imperial governance was preserved. Military organization also reflected continuity. The standing armies of the Qin period were reduced, but not eliminated. Border defense remained essential. Veterans were settled on land, particularly in frontier regions, where their presence served both economic and strategic purposes. Military merit continued to offer paths to advancement, though fewer opportunities existed in peacetime. Urban life stabilized under Han rule. Cities functioned as administrative hubs rather than constant military targets. Markets expanded, trade routes reopened and lengthened. Artisans benefited from renewed demand for tools, household goods, and infrastructure materials. State workshops continued to operate, but private production grew alongside them. Social relationships adjusted accordingly. With reduced pressure, kinship ties regained importance. Families invested more heavily in household continuity, ancestral rights, and local reputation. Marriage alliances and inheritance strategies reflected both tradition and the realities of state registration. While autonomy increased slightly, households remained embedded in administrative systems that tracked their obligations closely. Education and literacy expanded gradually. The Han state valued trained officials capable of managing records, resolving disputes, and communicating policy. While formal schooling remained limited to certain classes, the practical use of writing became more widespread. Documents circulated routinely. Contracts, petitions, and legal decisions were part of everyday governance. It was during this period that Confucian texts gained renewed attention, not as idealistic blueprints, but as tools for stabilizing authority. The Han court found value in doctrines that emphasized hierarchy, loyalty, and moral conduct among officials. These ideas complemented administrative systems by offering a language of legitimacy and restraint. This did not replace law with virtue. Legal enforcement remained central, but Confucian ideals provided a framework for moderating harshness, justifying hierarchy, and encouraging compliance through example rather than fear alone. For ordinary people, the distinction mattered less than the outcome. Compared to the Qin period, life under early Han rule was more predictable and less oppressive. Compared to the Zhou past, it was more structured and intrusive. The balance lay somewhere between. Over time, the Han system proved durable. Its ability to adjust pressure without abandoning control allowed it to endure far longer than the Qin. The combination of centralized administration and moderated enforcement created conditions for population growth, agricultural expansion, and cultural consolidation. This stability did not eliminate inequality or hardship. Regional disparities persisted. Natural disasters remained devastating. Corruption and abuse continued at local levels. But the system was resilient enough to absorb these shocks without immediate collapse. By the 1st century BCE, the foundations of imperial Chinese governance were firmly in place. What had emerged through war, reform, and adaptation now defined everyday life across vast territories. For those living within it, the empire was not an abstract idea. It was present in land records, tax demands, labour summons, market regulations, and the routines that structured each year. It shaped expectations quietly, through repetition rather than proclamation. This was the world that later dynasties would inherit, modify, and contest, but rarely abandon. Note: for structure, not for narration, the text below continues chronologically from the late Warring States period into the consolidation of imperial rule. Earlier sections, Neolithic through early Warring States, are assumed complete. This document will proceed without rhetorical signposting, without repeated temporal resets, and without dramatized emphasis. By the final decades of the Warring States period, the political landscape of northern China had narrowed sharply. Where dozens of regional courts had once competed, only a handful of large centralized states remained. Warfare had become continuous rather than episodic, and survival depended less on aristocratic lineage than on administrative capacity, agricultural output, and the ability to mobilize labor and soldiers at scale. Among these states, Qin occupied a distinctive position. Its western location had long placed it at the margins of the older Zhou world, but that distance proved advantageous. Qin rulers had adopted reforms earlier and more completely than most of their rivals, reorganizing landholding, dismantling hereditary privilege, and binding households directly to the state through law and obligation. Daily life under this system was shaped by visibility. Households were grouped into mutual responsibility units, where the actions of one family could bring punishment upon others. Fields were measured and recorded, harvests were assessed, movement was regulated. For ordinary farmers, the year revolved around planting and harvest as it always had, but now those cycles were closely tied to state demands. Grain was not simply stored against famine or exchanged locally. It was extracted, transported, and redirected to sustain armies and construction projects. Bronze weapons and armor were produced in large quantities using standardized molds, allowing parts to be replaced and repaired more efficiently. Iron tools, increasingly common by this period, improved agricultural productivity but also intensified expectations. Higher yields justified higher levies. Efficiency brought pressure rather than relief. The Qin court relied on officials trained not in ritual tradition but in law. Statutes were written, displayed, and enforced with consistency. Punishments were severe but predictable. From the state's perspective, this predictability was its greatest strength. From the perspective of those who lived under it, the system offered little flexibility. There was room for advancement through service, but little tolerance for deviation. As Qin armies advanced eastward, absorbing rival states one by one, the experience of conquest was uneven. Elites were displaced or absorbed. Administrative systems were dismantled and replaced. Local customs were tolerated only insofar as they did not interfere with taxation, conscription, or law. The goal was not cultural erasure, but control. When the final rival states fell, the transformation was swift. Titles that had once implied personal loyalty were replaced by ranks defined by service to the central authority. Measurements, weights, and coinage were standardized. Written characters were regularized to facilitate record-keeping across regions that had once used divergent scripts. Roads were extended and connected. Walls were repaired and linked. For many inhabitants, these changes were tangible but abstract. A farmer might notice new officials, new demands, new routes by which grain and labor were extracted. The concept of empire was distant. What mattered was that obligations now flowed in one direction toward a center that was physically far away but administratively present. The collapse of the Qin system came quickly, but not because it lacked coherence. It failed because it demanded constant exertion without pause. When the central authority weakened after the death of the first emperor, the mechanisms that had enforced order became instruments of resentment. Revolt spread along the same roads that had once carried officials and soldiers. What followed was not a rejection of centralized rule, but its recalibration. The early Han rulers inherited the administrative infrastructure Qin had built and retained much of it. They reduced the harshness of enforcement, restored certain ritual forms, and reframed authority in moral terms, but the underlying structures remained. Fields were still registered, taxes were still assessed, law remained the backbone of governance. In daily life, this shift was subtle. Obligations continued, but the tone of authority changed. Officials were expected to justify decisions in ethical language as well as legal terms. Education in classical texts gained importance, not as a replacement for law, but as a complement to it. Over time, this blend proved more durable than either system alone. This synthesis would define imperial China for centuries. Later dynasties would adjust its balance, sometimes emphasizing moral persuasion, sometimes reverting to strict enforcement, but the fundamental arrangement endured. The world shaped by Neolithic farmers, bronze ritualists, feudal lords, and legal administrators had settled into a form that could absorb change without dissolving. This was the foundation upon which the long rhythms of imperial life developed. Across the early Han world, technology was not experienced as innovation in the modern sense. It was experienced as reliability. Fields were measured, irrigated, and worked according to routines refined over generations. Iron tools were no longer rare objects of prestige, but common implements embedded in daily labor. Plowshares, sickles, and spades were standardized enough that farmers could replace parts, share techniques, and coordinate seasonal work with neighbors. This did not produce sudden abundance, it produced predictability. Irrigation systems extended earlier practices rather than overturning them. Channels were cut, levees repaired, and sluices maintained through local obligation and state oversight. These works were not monumental in appearance, but they were continuous in effect. When floods came, they tested these systems. When droughts followed, they exposed their limits. Over time, administrative records allowed officials to identify failures, redistribute labor, and attempt corrections. The landscape itself became a managed archive of past decisions. Ironworking, under the Han, was closely tied to state control. Workshops were regulated, output monitored, and distribution linked to taxation and corvée systems. This did not eliminate private production, but it framed it. The state's interest was not novelty. It was uniformity. Tools that behaved the same way across regions, simplified planning, assessment, and repair. In this sense, technology supported administration as much as agriculture. Transportation networks reflected similar priorities. Roads were graded and maintained not for speed alone, but for durability. Wheeled traffic required predictable surfaces, while pack transport demanded stable routes through mountains and river valleys. Postal relay stations extended earlier models, allowing messages and officials to move with measured regularity. Travel remained slow by modern standards, but it was no longer improvisational. Water transport played an equally important role. Rivers were used not only for movement, but for taxation, with grain shipments flowing toward administrative centres. Barges moved according to seasonal rhythms, timed to avoid floods and low water. Knowledge of these cycles was practical, rather than theoretical, accumulated through repeated experience rather than formal study. Craft production expanded alongside these systems. Textile workshops, pottery kilns, and metal foundries operated within local economies while feeding state demands. Silk production, in particular, required coordination across households, seasons, and skill levels. Mulberry cultivation, silkworm care, spinning, and weaving formed a chain in which failure at any point disrupted the whole. Over time, these practices stabilized into inherited routines. Paper had not yet transformed record-keeping, but writing materials were increasingly varied. Bamboo slips remained common, tied together in bundles that reflected the structure of the texts they contained. Documents were physical objects whose weight and volume mattered. Administrative writing was shaped by the effort required to produce and store it. Length was costly. Precision was valued. Measurement systems reinforced this emphasis. Weights, lengths, and volumes were standardized to reduce dispute and ease collection. Markets operated within these limits, not perfectly, but with enough consistency to sustain trust. Fraud existed, but so did mechanisms for redress. The presence of rules mattered even when enforcement was uneven. These technologies did not operate independently. They formed a web of practices that linked households to villages, villages to commanderies, and commanderies to the court. Failure in one area propagated outward. Success did the same. Over time, this interdependence shaped how people understood stability itself. For most inhabitants of the Han world, these systems were not experienced as imperial abstractions. They were experienced as routines: the timing of planting, the repair of a canal, the replacement of a worn tool, the arrival of an official at a relay station. Life was shaped less by dramatic change than by the accumulation of small adjustments. It was within this environment that intellectual traditions continued to circulate, not as detached philosophies, but as guides for conduct within an already functioning world. Ideas about order, hierarchy, and obligation gained traction because they resonated with lived experience. This convergence between material systems and intellectual frameworks would prove durable. Later dynasties would revise laws, reorganize offices, and reinterpret texts, but they would do so atop an infrastructure that had already demonstrated its capacity to sustain a complex society over time. Law in the early Han was not abstract, and it was not primarily philosophical. It was encountered in registers, inspections, penalties, and obligations that touched almost every household, often in small and cumulative ways rather than dramatic confrontations. The Han state inherited its legal framework largely from Qin precedent. Statutes were written, explicit, and applied through a hierarchy of officials whose responsibilities were narrowly defined. Laws specified not only crimes and punishments, but procedures. How accusations were filed, how evidence was weighed, how sentences were recorded and transmitted upward. This was not a system designed for improvisation. It valued regularity and documentation. Most people encountered the law not through trials, but through compliance. Households were registered, land was measured, labour obligations were assigned, and taxes were assessed according to schedules that left little room for negotiation. Failure to meet these obligations could result in fines, forced labour, or corporal punishment, but in practice, enforcement often aimed first at correction rather than elimination. Officials were expected to maintain order, not empty their jurisdictions. Punishment existed along a graded scale. Minor infractions might result in fines or temporary labour service. More serious offences could lead to beatings, penal servitude, or exile. Capital punishment was present, but it was not the most common outcome. The system relied less on spectacle than on predictability. What mattered was that consequences were known in advance and applied consistently enough to shape behaviour. Local magistrates occupied a critical position in this system. They were responsible for investigation, judgment, and reporting, often with limited staff and under constant pressure to demonstrate competence. Their authority was substantial, but it was constrained by oversight. Records moved upward through administrative channels, and failures of enforcement could bring punishment on the official as well as the offender. This created a legal culture in which caution mattered. Officials were incentivized to avoid both excessive leniency and excessive severity. Too much punishment could provoke unrest or attract scrutiny. Too little could be interpreted as negligence. The result was a style of governance that favoured routine enforcement and gradual correction over dramatic intervention. For ordinary people, this meant that the law was always present but rarely theatrical. It shaped how land was worked, how families were organised, how disputes were settled, and how mobility was constrained. Villages were collectively responsible for reporting crimes. Households were grouped into mutual responsibility units, ensuring that compliance was reinforced socially as well as administratively. Confucian language increasingly framed this system, but it did not replace it. Moral exaltation appeared in proclamations and education, encouraging filial behaviour, proper conduct, and respect for hierarchy. These ideals softened the tone of governance, but they operated within an unchanged legal skeleton. The law remained written, procedural, and enforceable. The effectiveness of the Han state rested on this balance. Ideals shaped how authority was presented. Law determined how it was exercised. Together, they produced a form of stability that did not depend on constant violence or charismatic rulers, but on repetition, record-keeping, and expectation. This was not a system experienced as freedom. It limited movement, imposed obligations, and punished deviation. But it was legible. People knew what was required of them, what risks they faced, and how far authority extended. Over time, that predictability proved more durable than fear alone. This legal environment did not end conflict or injustice, but it constrained them within administrative routines. It allowed the state to persist across generations without needing to reinvent its authority each time a ruler died. And it shaped the conditions under which later debates about morality, governance, and order would take place. Crisis, expansion, and the limits of order. The administrative system that governed early imperial China was not designed for stability alone. It was designed to endure pressure. That pressure came from several directions at once: population growth, territorial expansion, environmental strain, and the constant risk of rebellion. None of these forces were theoretical. They were present in the daily calculations of officials charged with maintaining order across vast and uneven landscapes. Military obligation was one of the clearest expressions of this strain. Under the Han, most adult male subjects were registered not only for taxation and labor service, but also for conscription. Service was typically short in duration, but it could take men far from their homes, often to frontier regions where conditions were harsh and unfamiliar. Garrisons along the northern borders, especially those facing nomadic confederations, were chronically undersupplied and difficult to maintain. Soldiers built walls, guarded passes, transported grain, and endured long periods of isolation. These frontier zones were not empty spaces. They were inhabited by mobile populations with their own political structures, trade networks, and military traditions. Han policy toward these groups alternated between confrontation, negotiation, marriage alliances, and tribute arrangements. Expansion was therefore not a single process, but a series of local adaptations. Some regions were incorporated administratively. Others remained buffer zones, managed through diplomacy rather than direct rule. At the same time, the empire faced internal pressures that could not be resolved through force alone. Famine was a recurring threat, particularly in regions dependent on unpredictable rainfall or vulnerable river systems. When harvests failed, the consequences moved quickly through the administrative hierarchy. Grain prices rose, tax burdens became impossible to meet. Local officials were forced to choose between enforcing quotas and preventing unrest. Central authorities issued relief measures, but implementation depended heavily on local conditions and the integrity of those tasked with distributing aid. Rebellion often emerged from these moments of breakdown rather than from ideological opposition to imperial rule. Peasant uprisings were typically localized, reactive, and focused on immediate survival. They were fueled by hunger, debt, forced labor, and the perception that officials had failed to fulfill their obligations. Suppression could restore order temporarily, but it did not resolve the structural vulnerabilities that made unrest possible in the first place. Corruption added another layer of instability. The same bureaucratic mechanisms that enabled effective governance also created opportunities for abuse. Officials controlled access to grain stores, labor exemptions, legal outcomes, and military assignments. While the state promoted ideals of upright administration, enforcement was uneven. Investigations and punishments occurred, but they rarely eliminated misconduct entirely. Instead, they reflected ongoing tension between central authority and local autonomy. What emerges from this period is not a picture of seamless imperial control, but of constant adjustment. Expansion extended the reach of the state, but also multiplied its responsibilities. Crisis tested administrative capacity, revealing both resilience and fragility. Order was maintained, not because the system was flawless, but because it was flexible enough to absorb shocks without collapsing entirely. This balance between reach and limitation would define imperial governance for centuries. Later dynasties inherited not only institutions, but the accumulated experience of managing failure, compromise, and adaptation within a vast and diverse realm. As warfare intensified and states expanded their administrative reach, the problem facing rulers was no longer simply how to defeat rivals, but how to sustain control once territory had been secured. Armies could conquer land quickly. By the later Warring States period, most major states had adopted some combination of census registration, household grouping, standardized taxation, and codified law. Officials were appointed rather than inherited. Records were kept. Grain was stored, measured, moved. In many regions, local custom was overridden by state regulation. These changes increased efficiency and military capacity, but they also introduced new pressures into daily life. For farmers, the year became more tightly structured. Planting and harvest still followed the seasons, but labor obligations now competed with agricultural rhythms. Corvée service removed men from fields for road construction, wall building, and military campaigns. Taxes were increasingly assessed in fixed quantities rather than negotiated locally. failure to meet quotas carried penalties defined in law rather than resolved through mediation. For officials, governance became a technical problem. Performance was measured, rewards and punishments were standardized. Success depended less on lineage and more on meeting administrative targets. This produced capable administrators, but it also narrowed the space for discretion. A system designed to reduce corruption left little room for judgment when conditions changed unexpectedly. Legalist thinkers had argued that such rigidity was a strength. Clear law, they believed, eliminated ambiguity. Predictable punishment deterred disobedience. Uniform standards ensured order. In practice, the same clarity that stabilized the state could also magnify its failures. When policies misjudged local conditions, there was often no mechanism to correct them quickly. As pressures accumulated, signs of strain became more visible. Peasant flight increased in some regions. Banditry rose along poorly governed borders. Local uprisings were suppressed, but suppression itself required resources. Even successful states found themselves locked into cycles of mobilization that were difficult to slow. Among elites, confidence in constant reform began to waver. The promise that better laws, stricter enforcement, or improved technique would eventually produce stability did not always match experience. Each reform seemed to require another. Each solution introduced new complications. The state grew more capable, but also more intrusive. It was within this environment that alternative ways of thinking gained attention, not as programs for government, but as critiques of overreach. Some thinkers began to question whether order could truly be engineered through effort alone. Others doubted that moral instruction or legal compulsion could fully account for the complexity of human behavior. These ideas did not emerge from withdrawal into isolation. Many of the figures associated with them were well acquainted with court life, administration, and political failure. Their skepticism was shaped by direct observation of how systems behaved when pushed to their limits. Rather than proposing new institutions, these thinkers focused on restraint. They emphasized the costs of excessive action. They paid close attention to unintended consequences. Where legalist thought concentrated on control, these perspectives examined what happened when control exceeded its useful bounds. They observed that natural processes tended to regulate themselves when not constantly interrupted. Rivers found their courses. Seasons returned in sequence. Growth occurred without command. From this, they drew analogies about governance and conduct. Intervention, they suggested, should be minimal and responsive rather than constant and directive. This way of thinking did not deny the necessity of government. It questioned the assumption that more effort always produced better outcomes. It treated complexity not as a flaw to be eliminated, but as a condition to be navigated carefully. In daily life, such ideas resonated quietly. For individuals exhausted by war and regulation, they offered a language of disengagement without rebellion. One could step back without openly resisting authority. One could endure instability without attempting to master it. Over time, these perspectives would be articulated more clearly in texts and attributed to named figures. But at this stage, they functioned less as doctrine and more as disposition. They reflected a growing awareness that order imposed too rigidly could become fragile, and that endurance sometimes required allowing things to proceed without constant correction. This undercurrent did not replace existing systems. States continued to centralize. Armies continued to march. Laws continued to be enforced. But alongside these developments, a quieter conversation was taking place, one that asked whether control itself had limits and what lay beyond them. As pressures accumulated across the warring states, differences in governing philosophy began to matter less than differences in capacity. States that survived longest were not those with the most persuasive moral arguments, but those able to register households, extract grain, mobilize labor, and enforce orders consistently over distance. In this environment, Qin's position in the western frontier became an advantage rather than a liability. Its relative isolation reduced the pull of older aristocratic networks that still constrained reform elsewhere. Its rulers adopted systems that emphasized registration, uniform law, and measurable obligation, extending authority into villages and households with increasing precision. These measures were not abstract. Families were recorded, land was surveyed, and obligations were calculated. Movement required permission. Failure to meet quotas brought collective punishment. Rewards and penalties were standardized and publicly known. The system aimed not to inspire virtue, but to produce predictability. Daily life adjusted accordingly. Farming schedules aligned with state demands. Households organized labor around corvée obligations, as much as seasonal cycles. Military service became a regular expectation rather than an exceptional burden. Advancement depended less on lineage than on documented contribution, especially in war. Other states experimented with similar measures, but few matched Qin's consistency. Internal resistance elsewhere slowed implementation. Old elites negotiated exemptions. Legal codes varied by region. Enforcement fluctuated. Qin pressed forward. Its armies expanded not simply through numbers, but through logistics. Roads were extended. Supply depots multiplied. Units were standardized. Command structures emphasized accountability. Defeat carried punishment. Victory brought reward. For those living under Qin control, the experience was exacting. The state intruded into private life more deeply than before. For neighboring states watching Qin advance, the implications were clear. Resistance required coordination on a scale few could sustain. As wars continued, exhaustion spread unevenly. Some regions faced repeated conscription, others absorbed refugees fleeing conflict zones. Markets adjusted to instability. Prices fluctuated. Communities fractured and reformed under pressure. Ideas continued to circulate during this period, but their influence was shaped by circumstance. Confucian appeals to moral cultivation struggled to compete with immediate survival needs. Taoist withdrawal offered personal refuge but little institutional guidance. Legalist methods, though harsh, aligned closely with the demands of sustained warfare. This alignment did not reflect consensus, it reflected necessity. By the time Qin forces moved decisively against their rivals, much of the political landscape had already been remade. Systems of registration, punishment, and reward had accustomed populations to centralized authority. War had normalized displacement and loss. Expectations had narrowed. Unification, when it came, did not arrive as a sudden rupture. It was the consolidation of trends already underway. The empire that emerged would inherit both the strengths and the costs of this transformation. When Qin finally completed the process of unification, it did so through a sequence of campaigns that left little room for negotiation. Rival states fell one by one, not because they lacked capable generals or fortified cities, but because they could no longer sustain resistance against a system that mobilized resources more efficiently than any competitor. The wars were destructive, but their outcome was already shaped by administrative imbalance. Qin armies arrived, supplied, reinforced, and coordinated. Opposing forces often arrived fragmented, under-provisioned, or delayed by internal disputes. Victory depended less on tactical brilliance than on endurance. In 221 BCE, the remaining resistance collapsed. The Qin ruler assumed a new title, one that had not existed before, combining concepts of kingship and divine mandate into a single designation. He became the first emperor. Unification did not mark a pause in state activity, it intensified it. The new empire moved quickly to eliminate variation. Laws were standardized, weights and measures were unified, currency was regulated, writing was brought under official control through script standardization. Roads were extended to link former capitals directly to the imperial center. These measures reduced friction across vast distances. They also erased local autonomy. Administrative divisions replaced older territorial identities. Officials were appointed, rotated, and removed by the center. Hereditary authority was dismantled. Power now flowed through appointment rather than lineage. For ordinary people, these changes were tangible. Taxes were recalculated according to new standards. Labor obligations were reassessed. Movement between regions became more regulated. Familiar customs persisted within households, but public life increasingly followed imperial rules. Large-scale projects defined the period. Defensive walls were extended and connected. Palaces and administrative complexes rose rapidly. Roads and canals reshaped landscapes. These projects required immense labor. Conscription drew men from farms for months or years at a time. Families absorbed the absence. Fields went untended. Burdens accumulated unevenly. Fear became a governing tool. Punishments were severe and visible. Laws were applied uniformly but without flexibility. Officials enforced quotas under threat of penalty. Mistakes carried consequences. Mercy was not institutionalized. The system functioned. Grain moved efficiently. Orders traveled quickly. Resistance was rare and dangerous. The empire appeared stable. But stability rested on constant pressure. The Qin state demanded compliance continuously. There were no mechanisms for gradual adjustment, no space for dissent, and little tolerance for fatigue. Administrative success depended on relentless enforcement. Within a generation, strain became visible. Rebellions began not as coordinated revolts but as local refusals. Labourers failed to report, conscripts deserted, officials hesitated. When enforcement faltered, punishment escalated, accelerating resentment rather than restoring order. The death of the first emperor removed the system's central anchor. Succession struggles followed. Authority fragmented, orders conflicted. Fear lost coherence. The structures that had unified the empire proved unable to absorb uncertainty. Within a few years, the Qin dynasty collapsed. Its fall did not erase what it had built. The systems of registration, taxation, and centralized appointment remained. Roads and canals persisted. Standard measures continued to shape exchange. What changed was how these tools were used. The rulers who followed faced a clear problem. The Qin model had demonstrated what was possible. It had also demonstrated what was unsustainable. The task was no longer unification. It was endurance. The rulers who emerged after the Qin collapse inherited an empire that was already structured. Roads connected, regions that had never been directly linked. Administrative districts replaced older territorial identities. Systems of taxation, census registration, and law enforcement extended into areas that had previously operated with considerable autonomy. The question was not whether these systems would remain, it was how they would be used. Early Han rulers moved cautiously. The memory of Qin severity was fresh. Excessive labor demands and rigid punishment had provoked resistance rather than compliance. The new regime reduced corvée requirements, relaxed penalties, and allowed local customs greater latitude in daily affairs. This was not a return to decentralization. Officials were still appointed from the center. Records were still kept. Taxes were still collected. What changed was the pace and visibility of enforcement. The state withdrew slightly from constant intrusion. In practice, this meant fewer large-scale construction projects. It meant tolerance for local variation in ritual and custom. It meant allowing officials discretion rather than enforcing uniform quotas without exception. These adjustments reduced immediate pressure. Over time, stability returned not because authority weakened, but because it became less exhausting to endure. Households reorganized around predictable obligations. Migration slowed. Markets recovered. Agricultural cycles regained precedence over emergency mobilization. At the same time, the Han court faced the problem of justification. Qin authority had rested on law and punishment. The Han needed a language that could explain restraint without appearing weak. It needed a way to legitimize governance that did not rely exclusively on fear. This is where older ideas gained new relevance. Taoist texts that had circulated quietly during the late Zhou and Warring States period offered a vocabulary for limited action. They emphasized alignment rather than intervention, balance rather than correction. The concept of wei did not suggest passivity. It suggested that excessive control could generate disorder. For Han rulers and advisors, this framing was useful. It allowed the state to step back selectively while maintaining authority. It presented restraint as wisdom rather than concession. Governance could be described as allowing natural processes to function, intervening only when necessary. Confucian ideas were also reintroduced, but in a different role than before. Moral cultivation and ritual propriety became tools for stabilizing hierarchy and social expectation, not blueprints for constant reform. Education emphasized conformity and continuity rather than debate. The combination was pragmatic. Legalist structures remained in place. Taoist language justified moderation. Confucian norms shaped conduct and legitimacy. None of these traditions dominated completely. Each was adapted to serve endurance. Over successive generations, this synthesis deepened. Imperial authority became less visibly coercive. Punishments were still severe when applied, but they were applied less frequently. Law receded into the background of daily life, rather than defining it at every moment. For most people, the empire became something encountered indirectly. Officials visited periodically. Taxes were assessed seasonally. Records were maintained. Beyond that, households managed their own affairs within broad constraints. The state was present, but not constantly intrusive. This balance proved durable. The Han dynasty did not avoid conflict or crisis. Border wars, court intrigues, and succession disputes continued. But the administrative core endured. What Qin had built through pressure, the Han preserved through adjustment. The result was not a perfect system. It was a survivable one. For most people living under the Han dynasty, imperial authority was experienced less through ideology than through routine. Households formed the basic unit of registration and obligation. Families were recorded by name, age, and status. These records determined tax responsibility, labor service, and eligibility for military conscription. Changes in household composition mattered. Births, deaths, marriages, and departures were reported because they affected calculations the state relied upon. Land was typically held by families rather than individuals. Fields were worked collectively within the household, with labor divided by age and gender. Seasonal rhythms governed daily life more than imperial decrees. Planting and harvest dictated effort, rest, and risk. Taxes were assessed primarily in grain and cloth. Payment followed agricultural cycles. In most regions, collection was predictable rather than arbitrary. Officials were expected to meet quotas, but excessive extraction risked unrest and investigation. Over time, local administration learned where pressure could be applied and where it could not. Labor service remained a burden, but its intensity varied. Corvée obligations drew men away from farms for construction, transport, or military service. Lengths of service were reduced compared to Qin demands, though they remained disruptive. Families adapted by redistributing labor internally. Extended Qin networks mattered. Villages retained considerable autonomy in daily affairs. Elders mediated disputes. Custom guided behavior more often than written law. Official intervention was usually reactive, triggered by conflict, failure to meet obligations, or reports from local administrators. Markets expanded as stability returned. Periodic market days connected villages and towns. Goods moved along established routes. Iron tools improved agricultural efficiency. Salt and iron production supported regional exchange. Coinage circulated unevenly, supplemented by barter in rural areas. Craft production remained largely local. Textiles, pottery, and tools were produced within households or small workshops. State monopolies existed in strategic resources, but most daily goods were obtained through familiar networks rather than centralized distribution. Education was limited but increasingly standardized among elites. Literacy remained rare among common people. For those who entered official service, familiarity with ritual, record-keeping, and precedent mattered more than originality. Advancement depended on reliability. Religion and ritual varied by region. Ancestral practices dominated household life. State ceremonies occurred at prescribed intervals, linking imperial authority to cosmic order without intruding into private belief. This separation reduced friction. Travel was possible but regulated. Roads facilitated movement of officials and goods. Ordinary people required permission to relocate permanently, but temporary travel for trade or family reasons occurred routinely. Enforcement was uneven, shaped by distance and local discretion. Illness, famine, and flood remained persistent threats. The state responded through granaries, relief measures, and tax remission when possible. These interventions were not always effective, but their existence mattered. They signaled responsibility rather than indifference. Over generations, this pattern produced familiarity. The empire became a background condition. It set limits, recorded obligations, and intervened selectively. Most of the time, life proceeded within these boundaries without constant reference to the center. This balance did not eliminate inequality or hardship. It moderated volatility. For a population emerging from centuries of war, moderation itself was stability. And stability, more than brilliance or ambition, defined the Han achievement. Material changes under the Han dynasty altered daily experience gradually, rather than dramatically. Innovations accumulated through use, adaptation, and refinement, rather than sudden invention. What mattered was not novelty, but reliability. Iron tools became more common across agricultural regions. Plowshares, sickles, and spades were produced in greater numbers and distributed more widely than in earlier periods. These tools reduced labor intensity and increased consistency of yields, particularly in heavier soils. Their spread did not eliminate hardship, but it narrowed margins of failure. Irrigation systems expanded incrementally. Canals redirected water to fields vulnerable to drought. Dikes and embankments reduced flood damage where terrain allowed. These projects were typically regional rather than imperial in scale, relying on coordinated labor rather than monumental construction. Maintenance mattered more than ambition. Transport infrastructure improved steadily. Roads built under Qin rule were repaired and extended rather than abandoned. These routes facilitated the movement of officials, soldiers, and goods, but they also supported ordinary travel. Markets along these routes grew more predictable. Distances felt shorter, not because travel was easy, but because it was dependable. Administrative technology evolved alongside physical infrastructure. Written records became central to governance. Registers tracked households, land, taxation, and labor obligations. Accuracy mattered. Errors produced disputes. Disputes consumed resources. Over time, clerical practices emphasized clarity and repetition rather than complexity. Writing itself became more uniform. Standardized scripts reduced regional variation, allowing officials from different areas to communicate efficiently. This did not create widespread literacy. It created administrative coherence. Paper was not yet widespread, but writing surfaces diversified. Bamboo strips, wooden tablets, and silk were used depending on purpose and availability. These materials shaped how information was stored and transported. Records favored durability over convenience. Measurement systems reinforced consistency. Standard weights and measures governed trade and taxation. Disputes could be resolved by reference to shared benchmarks rather than negotiation alone. This reduced friction in exchange and administration. Military technology advanced cautiously. Crossbows improved in strength and reliability. Armor remained heavy and costly, limiting its use to organized forces. Weapons mattered less than coordination and supply. Campaigns relied on logistics more than tactics. State involvement in technology was uneven. Certain industries, such as salt and iron, were brought under imperial supervision to secure revenue and control strategic resources. Other crafts remained decentralized. Household production continued to supply most daily needs. The cumulative effect of these developments was subtle. Life became more predictable. Surpluses were smaller but steadier. Travel involved fewer unknowns. Obligations were clearer, if not lighter. The state's presence was embedded in tools, measures, and routines rather than constant coercion. This material foundation supported longevity. It allowed the Han system to absorb shocks without immediate collapse. Floods, famine, and conflict still occurred. Their impact was mitigated by infrastructure that functioned even when authority was strained. The empire endured not because it eliminated risk, but because it reduced volatility. That reduction shaped how power was experienced. Authority became associated with order rather than disruption. Over time, this association mattered as much as law or force. Beyond the settled agricultural heartlands, Han authority encountered conditions it could not fully control. Frontier regions operated under different pressures. Climate varied sharply. Land use followed patterns shaped by mobility rather than fixed fields. Political authority was negotiated through alliance, trade, and threat, rather than registration alone. To the north, the most persistent challenge came from the Xiongnu Confederation. Their power did not rest on cities or permanent agriculture, but on movement, coordination, and control of pasture lands. They did not need to conquer territory to exert pressure. Raids, disruptions of trade, and the threat of mobility were often sufficient. Han responses shifted over time. Early strategies relied on fortification and appeasement. Defensive walls were extended in segments, not as continuous barriers, but as zones of control. Garrisons monitored movement along key routes. Diplomatic marriages and tribute exchanges attempted to stabilize relations by embedding conflict within ritualized exchange. These measures produced uneven results. Military campaigns against nomadic forces were costly and inconclusive. Supply lines stretched thin. Terrain favored mobility over formation. Victories were difficult to sustain. Losses were absorbed quickly by groups not bound to fixed settlements. As a result, the Han increasingly relied on frontier management rather than conquest. Military colonies were established in strategic regions. Soldiers were settled with land grants, combining defense with agriculture. These communities stabilized supply lines and extended Han presence without constant campaigning. Over time, they became permanent fixtures, blurring the line between military and civilian life. Trade became another tool. Markets along frontier zones facilitated exchange of grain, textiles, metal goods, and livestock. Regulation aimed to channel interaction rather than suppress it. Controlled access reduced incentives for raiding while maintaining leverage. For those living near these borders, life involved constant adjustment. Security fluctuated. Military service was more frequent. Movement was monitored closely. Yet frontier regions also offered opportunity. Land was more available. Status could be gained through service. Some families relocated voluntarily, trading stability for possibility. These regions remained culturally diverse. Local customs persisted alongside imperial administration. Authority was layered rather than uniform. Officials negotiated with local leaders, adapting policy to circumstance. Complete integration was neither possible nor necessary. The frontier thus became a testing ground. It revealed the limits of centralized control. It also demonstrated the flexibility of the Han system. Authority did not require uniformity. It required stability sufficient to sustain exchange, defense, and obligation. Over time, these arrangements hardened into precedent. Later dynasties would inherit not only the frontier boundaries established under the Han, but the strategies used to manage them. The empire was not a fixed space. It was a negotiated one. As the Han dynasty matured, its greatest achievement was not expansion or reform, but persistence. The systems that governed daily life did not depend on exceptional rulers. They functioned through routine. Officials came and went. Policies shifted gradually. What remained was the expectation that authority would be exercised within familiar bounds. Later generations inherited these patterns almost without question. Administrative districts, household registration, taxation in grain and cloth, corvée labor, frontier management, and standardized measures became the assumed framework of governance. New dynasties altered emphasis and rhetoric, but rarely dismantled the structure itself. This continuity shaped historical memory. Early historians did not frame the past as a sequence of revolutions. They described cycles of order and disorder, virtue and excess, balance and strain. Collapse was understood not as novelty, but as deviation from established norms. Records emphasized precedent. Events were preserved to instruct rather than to dramatize. Moral judgment existed, but it was embedded in accumulation of detail rather than proclamation. This approach influenced how history itself was written. Chronicles moved steadily. Annals recorded droughts, floods, appointments, and rituals alongside wars and rebellions. Ordinary disruptions mattered because they revealed stress within systems meant to endure. For those living centuries later, the Han period came to represent a baseline, not an age of perfection, but a reference point. Stability without stagnation, authority without constant intrusion, change that occurred through adjustment rather than rupture. The empire's longevity did not eliminate suffering. Peasant hardship, elite competition, and frontier conflict continued. What differed was scale and frequency. Extremes were moderated, expectations narrowed. Life became more predictable, if not easier. Over time, this predictability shaped identity. To live within an empire governed by records, routines, and precedent was to experience power as continuity. The state was present, but rarely dramatic. Its absence was more noticeable than its intervention. This perception endured even as dynasties rose and fell. Later, rulers justified authority by aligning themselves with established patterns rather than rejecting them. Innovation was framed as restoration. Reform was described as return. In this way, ancient China did not conclude with the end of a dynasty. It persisted in habits, records, and expectations that outlived individual rulers. Fields were still measured. Households were still counted. Obligations were still known in advance. What endured was not an answer to contradiction, but a way of living with it. Over time, that endurance became the defining feature of imperial life.